Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to HoN OMG Cycle 4. We have Willow Keeper here versus NARK for the first round game of this, there are 8 teams this tournament again. And I'm joined right now by Big Wave Dave. Hey, Big Wave Dave, how you doing?
Doing fantastic, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Excited to see some good Heroes of New Earth or some bad Heroes of New Earth. Whatever people want to watch, I'll cast it.
Hey, you're like a monkey. Dance, monkey, dance. So,
Exactly. I'm not the monkey. It's these people in front of me now that are going to be performing this great match between these two teams. But anyway, we've got some bans going on. We've got a Kinesis Magnus Behemoth ban. Why would you ever ban a Behemoth? Nobody knows. Dave, what do you think?
Behemoth, dude, good hero. At least from a roaming perspective, I think it's okay. But interesting ban. I don't know why you'd ban Behemoth. The hero's kind of underwhelming whenever I play it anyway, but it's, that stun's pretty good. I mean, you left a hero like Engineer on the board and they picked NG, so I guess that...
You
I
guys
don't know. The hero's fantastic, dude. The Engineer pick, so... What would you say that's probably the most picked hero in the HoN OMG tour this year?
Probably not, but probably amongst the most banned as well as if you were to take into account all the games where he's not picked up at all, I think you can count them on like one hand pretty much.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's either the most banned or the most picked. Like he never gets through I've never seen him not get picked or banned.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I was trying to say. And then the Andro and the Moira. So far, it's like the 3 best support picks you can get.
Yep, and of course, Engineer can be played as a mid as well. But another one of those heroes that's either picked or banned every game is Magnus. People have decided not to first pick Malikan now, though, which is interesting considering that was the whole thing of last tournament. Malikan was definitely very much picked and banned.
I haven't played the new Malikan yet. Did the nerf really impact him that much? Because from what I see, he's still strong. He's not as strong early levels, which is the way it should be.
Yeah, it's just down to his Hellborn Zeal not being as broken anymore. I remember Dutch, when he was co-casting with me, he would always say that you need to put 1 in your E, simply because it gives you 5 magic armor when you're half life. So it being nerfed, I think it was definitely necessary, but I mean, his power really isn't that diminished when he's level 16 or even level 14 already. So there you have it. We get a Moraxis pick into the Moira. I really like that because Moraxis does brilliantly versus a Moira.
Yep.
Yeah, and then a Bensington pick. So they're really going for that type of many stuns, very active lineup right now. But what I see from the Hellborn is that they have quite a good late game setup if they would want it.
And they picked the Bombardier. So Bombardier has actually gotten, in my opinion, I've actually talked to a few people about this, a buff because they essentially made the ultimate stronger. And the cast range for Sticky Bomb, it's not as far as it used to be at the early levels, but it's still longer than the auto attack range. So you can still just dominate mid with that hero.
Yeah, and he doesn't know what he's facing mid yet, so I mean they could consider putting it as a support Bombardier, but I doubt that they want to do that. What I definitely do not want to see from them is a Moraxis dual lane, because that just doesn't work.
No, Moraxis is a solo hero, especially against a Moira. There's no reason. Like they could even pick a jungler here right now, and it'd be better than doing a dual lane with a Moraxis. I mean, tri-lane's not as bad, but I almost think in this case, since you have Moraxis, you can pick up another farmer and run 3 cores.
Yeah, and I think that a jungler is definitely not a bad option here, but I would like to see them secure their short lane, because if that Engineer is going to be laning top with a Rally, for example, or even an Electrician, both those heroes are still up. It's going to be a very difficult lane, whichever carry you pick.
Yep. No, completely agree with that strategy as well. Sure can. So let's see. We're looking at the bans now. They banned Berserker, Hammer, and Pred. So look at this. It's like all strength carries. You don't see Hagi carries banned anymore. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, it's because Cleaver. Like
Yeah.
with the recent patch, Cleaver didn't actually become better. It actually just got worse for slightly less gold.
Hmm.
So the idea of it to make it cheaper was to make it so that melee carriers could get online quicker, but it doesn't feel like it really works by reducing the strength of the item.
Yeah, the current meta is all about getting these heroes that don't require a cleaver anymore. So you don't see like the Mage Bane. I mean, you see Swiftblade because his kit and the way he's built. I mean, he's incredibly useful. And he can win his lane pretty easily. But I mean, you don't really see the Dark Lady pickup anymore. You don't really see Nomads. The kind of OG heroes like Chronos. You don't really
Yeah.
see those heroes anymore, and I kind of miss them.
Although I would say that a hyper crown on a Chronos really is not a bad idea.
Nope.
Like I feel Chronos is still very viable. It's just people don't play that type of big team fight lineup anymore, which makes it difficult because you don't see people picking Tempest because you get run over before the Tempest becomes useful, or you don't have a BKB, or I mean, not a BKB, a Shrunken Head on time, and then Tempest just gets cancelled because everybody on the Legion team right now has an ability to stop a Tempest ulti.
Yep. Their Legion's draft is very. They have a ton of setup for the Benzington ulti.
Mhm.
So, and they can even use the Moira Arcane Vortex as kind of initiation, and the Benzington can go in. So,
Yeah.
I mean, they're that's a scary draft. So I'm curious to see what they're going to pick up from. I mean, Malakin's up. If I'm Hellborn and I look at Legion's team and how magic damage heavy they are right now, I'm picking up a Malakin,
Yeah, I'm surprised
hands
that
down.
he got through. I am really surprised that that hero got through. And rally with the heroes they already have, I'm assuming this is a semi-support rally. It's
I
gonna
think it's to
have to be, right?
be. Yeah, unless they're doing Rally Bomb and they're putting Meraxus mid.
Yeah, they could do that, but then you might be giving up the short lane because Andromeda
Yeah.
is not the best. Yeah, the best laner at the start of it all.
Well, Andro Rally. I mean, Comet's an amazing stun. So I think that along with Rally, the Rally can roam. So I'm curious to see if they're going to do that or if they're going to run these interesting dual lances. They actually pick up
Damn,
Oogie.
I
So
think they're
that's a
tri-laning
great.
then, right? Aren't
Yeah.
they tri-laning then? Maybe I would say tri-lane with the Oogie because Benzington has a better time in lane than an Oogie.
Well, they could send the Oogie mid.
Yeah, they could.
I've seen Oogie played mid, and the hero's fine. He gets levels. He gets online kind of quick. Versus a bomb, I don't think Oogie's gonna have the best time because he doesn't really have the mana regen to be able to spam Tarquake as if he's in lane with, let's say, like a Nymphora or something. But I just think they're gonna run dual lanes. I think they're gonna run the Oogie and the Moira together, and the Midas and the Benzington.
Yeah, I don't think Swiftblade is going to be enough to stop Oogie though, as you've got the problem that he's on his
Wow.
own pretty much.
So they
It's a
pick
really good hero, but it's going to take too long to get online. By the time that Swiftblade has his cleaver, Oogie
yeah.
could have his icon and a gnome's wisdom, and then they just start, running at them.
Well, I think they have the team to deal with it early. They have a lot of high damage spells, so the Swiftblade is going to be able to still participate. I mean, if they play the Swiftblade like a team like Lactose Intolerant plays a Swiftblade, where the Swiftblade's like super active and not AFK farming, I mean, they have a pretty good team to be able to fight early. So they can contest the Oogie. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is how they're going to end up killing the Oogie at like that 30-minute mark after he has Frostfield Plate
Yeah, because
and a Shrunken.
Swiftblade won't have the damage. It's going to be up to Rally. I feel like with the fact that he can ignore armor, that he's going to have to take a large chunk of the HP away from Oogie. And what I want to see from Walgreen on Bombardier is he needs to pick up a Dreamcatcher.
Ooh, that's a big brain move right there. And why would he
Yeah.
want the trick catcher, Shortcan?
Well, you know that it stops people from healing as much. So when you target an enemy, you reduce their healing by 75%. So an Oogie is very dependent on healing with his ultimate, and he won't be able to heal as much, and gnomes won't be as effective either.
Yep. I would like to see the bomb pick that up as well. Plus, it kind of makes the bombardier like a little tankier too.
Yeah, and it's only
He's just
2,700 gold, and it gives you
he's just
so
not going
many
to be able to.
stats.
Yep. He's just not able to go spell shards as early as I think he would want to.
I mean,
Which,
I think he can go level 1 spell shards, right?
yep. I would like to see him get the Dreamcatcher, level 1 spell shards, and build a staff. I don't think he's going to need a portal key this game because of how much stun and setup they have. I mean, they have a rally, they have a Miraxis, they have an Antro. He should be able to hit his spells.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. Bombardier is going to be the supporting damage for the Hellborn side in this game, and he needs to have a good game for them to be effective in this game because they have so much chase and so much lockdown on the side of the Legion with the Bensington, NG, and Moira, as well as the Midas, that if they just run at them and Miraxis is tanky enough to deal with all of it for a long time, then Bombardier can do some huge turns.
Yep, as they actually are all just going to dodge each other here. They send 5 top, and then Hellborn sends 5 bottom. So, I mean, so based off the draft, whose draft do you like more? I mean, it does look like they are going to run the dual lanes. They're sending the Midas mid, and then they're going to do a Bensington NG lane, which, I mean, that's a pretty good man-up lane, to be honest. I like that a lot. Both the thing about a Bensington is if you go in and you land the Joust and you have points and lance along, that's quite a bit of damage mixed in with the NG keg and the mine. So I think they're going to be able to chain stun and still kill the Swiftblade.
Yeah, I really like rally roaming right now with the boots, though. It's something that I
too.
would do in a similar fashion when playing that hero, simply because uh, the only spell that he can't compel someone away from is when they're transmuted, as then they're immobilized.
What are your thoughts on supports picking up Golden Apple?
I like it. Like on Andromeda right now, it makes a lot of sense because it's just it's 80 HP and it can make so many big turns happen. But they need to make sure to go on Engineer here. So Rally really needs to start going around and maybe try and compel the Swiftblade onto the Engineer. And they've already made the mistake of not blocking the medium camp.
Yeah, I think in a tri-lane you have to block that medium camp. But they can contest it, if anything.
I mean, they could pull it themselves, but look at what's happening here. Rally now finding the Engineer. He is going to draw aggro from the Wild Hunter, so that's well played. But I'm just wondering.
It shows that they're tri-laning now as well. So.
And I think that if they stay here long enough with the NG and the Bensington, that they'll just end up killing either the Andro or the Rally. But here you have it. There's the stun onto the Bensington. He does not choose to compel the Swift and instead compels himself, but that would not have been a kill, as that's not the target they want to go for. They need to pull this medium camp right now. So Andro is not doing that. All right.
Yeah, I mean, they still could pull it right now. If he went and aggroed it, he could pull it, but that's okay. This bottom lane Miraxis, I actually really like this Miraxis as starting items. He got the golden apple as well, and then pulls 6 Blightstones. He knows that he should be fine down here.
I actually prefer him getting a hatchet, though. It just gives you the chance to get so many last hits, and with it being cheaper now, for 150 gold, you can just throw out 1 auto attack to get last hits. Same thing goes for the Miraxis. He should really be putting more pressure on those creeps, because he should be getting last hits. Right now, he actually has 0 last hits, and it's been 2 minutes.
Yeah, you don't typically think about the long laner, the suicide role, getting a hatchet.
So we see Volca does it every game. It doesn't matter if I'm laning with him, he always just gets it. But let's go to the mid matchup. Right now, Bombardier is doing quite well, I think, but nice dodge over there.
That was a sick disjoint by BK, by Gemini. That was sick.
I'm just wondering why he didn't just blow it up earlier, because, I mean, the stun duration is nice and all, but it's pretty simple to get that damage.
Yep. Key bomb's actually gonna miss right there. And then top lane, it looks like we might have.
Top lane, we have a Rally compelling in on the Engineer, but again, he does not compel the Swiftblade. And now that's a dead Rally.
No.
No, he didn't have keg up, but there is a spin. And Swiftblade needs to get his boots right now so he can just chase people down.
Yep. I don't think he needed the power supply. He could have just gotten quick boots. As that's a huge wave pushing the lane. They might actually, they're going to get some really nice levels off this.
Yeah, they should get level 3 on both of them, and then it's just free kills on Andro every time.
Yep.
Unless Rally's enraged to compel them out. But this Rally has been very selfish with his compel so far, so I'm not sure what to expect.
Yeah, I also think the Rally needs to be the one pulling, so he's getting the last hits from the pull, because he's going to need a portal key at one point to be able to shut down this Oogie, because the Oogies, they're not able to contest this Oogie's farm. Like, he's sitting at 370 GPM at 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So he's doing a really good job of last hitting.
And it's also just...
Swiftblade's at
Look
172.
at, yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. Swiftblade is down to 170 GPM, so they're doing something wrong in this tri-lane right here.
Yeah, oh my gosh, the Bensington's sitting at 318, so he's actually higher than the Swiftblade.
Yeah. But it's also just down to how the lanes are set up. So I would actually like them to go on Andromeda right here. It's a free kill.
Yeah,
they don't know
need
where
to.
Rally is, of course, but
the Rally's kind of set up down here on the...
Yeah, but he's so far away. Like, they just need... I would have tried here. I know I play really greedy, but I would have tried here, definitely. There's a stun in on the engineer, but now they can turn. Yeah, this is easy. And he took a while with the mine, though, and that ended up being his demise. Is it his demise, though? No boots. Well, boots on Rally. He's going to get that kill, but I feel like they waited a little bit too long with that.
They got the first blood.
Yeah.
So Mind Tricks ends up getting the first blood. That's some good damage there on the Rally, too. So I'm curious. Let's see how he's building. So, okay, good. He's maxing the Joust, which is what I would want to see in the first place. So
yeah, and I also like that he leveled Heart Piercer. Compel actually misses, so now they're just going to turn as he goes in with the Joust. Keg hits the Rally as well, and he's going to be dead. Engineer also quite tanky, actually, so they can't actually spin him down right there, and they're just going to chase him down as Swiftblade still does not have boots. Now he has boots.
Yep, now he does. Let's take a look at the mid lineup here. Bomb sitting at 289. The Midas is actually winning this.
Yeah, and he might actually get a kill here because of that illusion rune. And there you have the nice little elemental warp to do some extra damage, and that's a dead bomb. I feel like this matchup should be won by Bombardier, but I feel like BKB and Chill, otherwise known as Gemini, has been getting the runes, which has been making the difference.
100%, man. That was illusion rune on Midas is very good.
Yeah, as all the illusions also benefit from the extra damage when somebody is transmuted.
So Rally's going to go grab bottom room. He has an invis, so they might be able to set up a kill here onto the Midas, but the Midas is level 7, the bomb's level 6. The Midas is pretty tanky.
Oh,
actually,
damn.
He's not that tanky anymore, because guess what? He's an
intelligent.
hero.
He does have 2 strength gain per level, though. But just look at the damage Swiftblade is taking top. He's just being harassed by this Ghost Marcher's Bensington.
Yeah, the Rally probably should stay top lane and try to secure the Swiftblade's farm, knowing that they've lost that lane. Him going bottom right now, it's really just taking away from the Meraxis. But yeah, I can see why you'd want to get that hatchet on the Meraxis, because at this point he's their second farmer.
And now Swiftblade dying to the combo in top lane. Sorry, I missed that, but I feel like they're going to get another one as they're just using that Toxin Claws to good effect. Engineer with the double tap, so he should be picking up his boots soon as well.
Bottom lane initiation.
Bottom lane initiation onto the Oogie. They have the Rally, and Meraxis ulti is going to boom for a lot, but Oogie is actually, he's not dead yet. He's surviving for very long. He's got another Tarquake, and that's going to be a dead Meraxis if he hits it. No, yep, there you have the Moira, and then he's turning it on the Rally. No mana on him, but he's got to compel now. And he does choose to back off, but here you have the Midas. He's elemental warping in. Is he going to hit the combo, though? You see the Rally. He's trying to sidestep it, but he just walks on him and uses Lion's Pride.
That was a good rotation from Gemini. As he ports back into the base.
Yeah, and Oogie is already proving to be so difficult to kill, even with a maxed out Meraxis. Swiftblade top lane getting stunned up and kegged, but he is going to be able to spin away right now. They need one more auto attack, and they do get it. Andromeda in a lot of trouble as well. There's the NG ulti, but he got compelled out, but that means there's no compel ready for Rally, so they could choose to go for more. He's got a Joust up, Keg is up as well, so he gets the stun. There's the Mine instead, so he's still got the Keg. He's going to use it. It's a good effect. He's going to stun up the Rally, but Bensington might have overstayed his welcome as Compel is up now, and he's going to fall. Nice rotation from the Bombardier. to pick off the engineer.
Yeah, something else I don't like about the Swiftblade is him having no points in counterattack. I still think one level with that at level 2 is still necessary.
Look at this
You don't
though,
go
top
stats.
lane Rally might be in some trouble. He's gonna go for that range creep. There's the combo, lots of damage, and that's an easy kill for BKB and Chill.
Yep. That was a good setup right there. He knew he was going to go for the last hit on that creep. He's got to have regen ring too, so he's probably going to grief the Benzington and take this. So, you know, something else I really like is the fact that they have this Benzington is like, I like that they're running the Tricore lineup. Like Benzington's, I don't think Benzington's the best as like a solo carry. I think he's amazing in teams where...
Oh, the keg hits onto the Swiftblade and the combo. There you have it, Swiftblade falls. And this is going to be a free top tower as well. And look, bottom lane, they're actually diving in on the Meraxes right now. They drained his mana, but he's got his ultimate up. And Bombardier with a huge ultimate doing a lot of damage to the Oogie, but alas, it was not enough. And there you have the Moira actually with the big stun to finish off that Meraxes. And now it might be Moira in trouble as he's just going to get bombed up and fall.
That's Oogie, man. Hero's so strong. And he picked up the best
top lane. Compel in on the Benzington. They've got the Andromeda stun, but he doesn't have boots, and that's an easy Ghost Marches away. Here's the engineer, though. He's putting a Mind Trap. Rally might actually already walk into it right here. Choosing the right side instead of the left side, but... Ooh. This is where you need the what you got macro for Here Comes the Boom.
Yeah, macros are that's 220. That's pretty boomer, dude.
You're calling it boomer. Then I must have something going wrong with me.
I am a boomer and I don't deny it.
But yeah, look at this though. Swiftblade, he's down to 128 gold per minute, and there's a stun in from the Benzington with the keg. An engineer forgoing the mine, doesn't even need it, and that's a dead Swiftblade.
If he had counterattack,
Bombardier though, he might run into the mine trap. Ooh, nope, he just skipped it, but Rally. There you have the energy field, nice joust stun onto the Bombardier, and Andro just falls immediately afterwards, and Bombardier actually forced to back off right here as these two top heroes are they're just having fun with this game. They're having a grand old time, Dave.
It's a 10k gold lead at 10 minutes for Legion.
Yep, 1k gold per minute. And I heard from TKB, I think, recently that if you last hit all the towers, right? Oh, there's a joust stun in on the Bombardier, and that's going to be another easy kill as Mind Tricks and Geared Hitman are just doing work this game.
But you need to be careful with your next statements.
Why?
Okay, keep going. I'm excited to hear this.
Okay, so if you last hit every single tower, right?
Yeah.
Not really fighting. But if you last hit every single tower, you miss out on 20k gold for the team in total.
So who did that math?
I don't know who did that math. I think it was TKB. I'm not sure. But 20k gold if you last hit towers, every single tower.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm curious to see what Benzington is going to go, though. He should probably go for the Thunderclaw. Oh, what a combo in on the Andromeda. Are they going to go for it?
So much damage.
Yeah.
The Andro's level 4. That hurts.
I would have liked to see Midas go spell shards simply because he's an int hero now.
Yep. Ooh, I like that. I mean, I like the portal key. They're so up right now that they can combo. Okay, so they're going to see that.
Nice spin port away right there.
Yeah, he saw from the vision from this ward from Snekot. That's how you pronounce it, right?
Who?
The name Snekot, the Andro player?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure. I haven't really seen many of these players. Moira's just setting up the entire team right here. He's not.
I would have liked to see him set up right there and let the Benzington go in on that.
Yeah, that would
sure that would have been a kill. Yeah, I'd like to see the Benzington get a nullfire.
Yeah, Benzington nullfire. I actually really like that. I was thinking Thunderclaw as well because his heart piercing makes him deal more. Oh, Mind Trap killing Swiftblade. Of all heroes, how does he kill Swiftblade?
I think Swiftblade was probably clicking on the stacks and wasn't really paying attention and just died.
Look at this though, Bombardier rushing in right here for the Benzington. They could actually turn it around. They do have the energy field up.
Sticky misses.
Sticky bomb missing.
He tried to hatchet
missing.
the I hate that, man, when the hitbox from the trees are sometimes bigger.
Yeah, look at this though. They're running in again.
Good
Engineer
setup.
might be in some trouble. There's the energy field. Nice compel in onto the engineer, but the combo comes in and Andromeda gonna die right there. Mirax is gonna fall as well due to the huge damage from these two heroes. Bombardier ulti coming in, but it's going the wrong direction, unfortunately. And Rally might be in some trouble now as one auto attack is enough from the Midas to finish him off. And there you have an ulti going in bottom lane, but Swiftblade already ported out.
Yeah. Wow, the Oogie already the Sugi's sitting at 570 GPM. The Midas is sitting at 530 GPM. Yeah, this is an 18k gold lead.
Yep. So there have also been 25 hero kills in the span of 14 minutes, and only 4 kills on the side of the Hellborn.
Yeah, what do you think they could have done better in the laning phase in that tri-lane top lane? I feel like they needed to be a little more aggressive early on the engineer. I feel
definitely.
Like
There's
they're gonna
nothing
look
else
back
you can
at the
do,
replay
right?
and see that. Yeah, I think they're gonna look back at the replay and say, hey, we probably should have put more pressure on the engineer.
Look at that PK though from the Midas. He actually got away from the rally right there, but the bomb still did end up going on his face.
Yeah, I mean, he's alive. He's pretty tanky, man. He's got the vestments. He's sitting on 1k HP, so it's gonna be very difficult for them to kill him. And I don't know
again,
how
he
they're gonna
last
kill
hits.
Yugi.
Again, he last hits the tower.
Yep.
Yeah, this is the problem that I was thinking of, but I never expected it to be this heavy. Like, this game is just going to be so heavy for the Hellborn team to carry, and it really goes back to them not blocking the medium camp and allowing the Legion side to just annoy the Swiftblade the entire time, when it was fairly obvious that they needed to just kill the engineer.
The Moira ends up finding. I'm curious if he sees this ward up here. He found the Rev ward. Can't see the high ground. But,
No, with the new change.
Yeah, it's just outside of that range for him to be able to see it.
Look at these smokes though. Swiftblade might be in some trouble as Engineer already has a portal key picked up. They're gonna find him here. And there you have him. There's the Invis rune from the Benzing.
Oh, no, they went on
account. There's the combo in on the Swiftblade. He is gonna fall. Engineer choosing to just solo the Andromeda right here. And Moira in the background getting stunned up by the Rally, but doesn't end up falling as Rally gets stunned up by the Shards of Harkon. There you have the ultimate. They're setting up an easy combo for the Midas, I feel. And instead he misses it.
That's okay.
That's okay.
He tried to time it perfectly. I mean, you have no idea where the hero's going to come out of there, too.
In the center.
So.
You know.
He doesn't have staff.
It doesn't matter. If he is in
if it's a single
enough,
hero?
Yeah, well, if he's in the ulti long enough, then he's always going to end up in the center. So basically, when you walk into it, right, when it's still small and as it's expanding, then you can come out all the way on the other side. But if you go in at the very start, so you get ultied into it, then you're always going to be in the center.
Okay. Well, sure can. You're always at the center of my life. So.
Wow. Like my heart right now, it's just... Thank you for that, Dave. It's such a pleasure with you. You know,
if you played with Dutch less, I would I'd respect you more. But
well, I mean, I don't TMM with him very often. I only play competitive games. But anywho, he does end up going to Nullfire on the Benzington, and I do really like that. He's already got level 2 of it coming right now.
Me too.
Maybe level 3. Yep, there you have it. Level 3 purchased.
I cannot believe that Oogie has a sheep stick. 16 minutes. I would have liked to see the Frostfield plate, but I guess sheep stick is just going to allow him to get solo picks. His 5 heroes are now chasing him.
And they're not catching him.
I wonder what Benzington with the Nullfire, dude. He heard me.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about, Dave. I know it's early for you.
Trying to take credit for something that I came up with. Okay.
No, I said he purchased level 3 already. I just said it.
Dude, it's 6 a.m. Chill.
I just said it. No, but Midas does go the spell shard. So all of these players are listening to us.
They are, or maybe we're just 200 IQ HoN players. Who knows?
Who knows?
But you know, I really the laning phase went absolutely perfect for Willow Keeper Gaming. So I think it's gonna be very difficult for Hellborn to come back from a 24k deficit. But I'm gonna say optimistic.
Oh, what a stun in there for the Miraxis. He does get jousted out. Yeah, that was absolutely max range as he didn't even get behind Miraxis there. And Midas with the combo trying to get the Swift Blade, but Kragiko a little bit too quick with it. I wonder if they're going to walk into this Mind Trap.
This Midas is so farm, dude. He has post haste. He's got level 2 spell shards, portal key. What do we see next? So he's probably going to go level 3 spell shards, and then I don't really think he needs a sheep stick. Dawnbringer, yeah, I like Dawnbringer.
He's got spell shards 3 now already as well.
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. Is there? Can he solo the Miraxis actually?
No, I don't see that happening if Miraxis has his ulti up.
Yeah, without the ulti though.
He might. Like he needs to hit 2 combos on him, I think.
Yeah.
Or you should get Geos. You should get Geos on Midas. Because all the illusions will hit and deal extra damage. Look at this though, bottom lane, Bombardier just getting wrecked right here. As Moira even uses the illusion.
Yeah. Is the Moira gonna get...
Oh, look at this combo though. Miraxis is gonna get stunned up, but Midas might actually die here, but no, of course, Moira's here, best hero in the game. Bensington ulti does end up screwing up, and there you have the rally getting swapped out by the Andromeda over there, so he's gonna survive for a bit longer, but he does end up falling to the Torquake, and now you have the Uki along with the Miraxis right there. And that Bombardier is in a lot of trouble as well in the background, and then you have the Miraxis now falling to the Uki, who's just impossible to kill. So, 30k.
Oh, GG.
GG.
So something else I want to chat with you before the game's over was the Moira going the vestments. What are your thoughts on supports getting vestments? Because I got yelled at for getting vestments as a second support.
Why do you get yelled at for that? I mean, they only have magic damage until, Swiftblade gets his ulti up and Rally, I guess. But Rally's a semi-support. Like, vestments, look, they turn into Gnome's Wisdom. Gnome's Wisdom is a fantastic item. Even Shaman's is now a very fantastic item due to the debuff duration decrease and stun duration decrease. And honestly, you go from what, 25% magic damage reduction to something like 35%? Maybe 40%? No, 35% sounds more likely, but because of the diminishing returns on it. But why would you ever get flamed for getting vestments? They're a fantastic item. I don't know.
I agree with you. So that's game number 1. I think we're gonna have game number 2 here coming up in a little bit. So
well, this was a best of 1, so we're gonna go to
the match number
teams.
2.
Yep, we're gonna be going over to Lactose Intolerant, but Lactose Intolerant have had a slight player switch, so they also have a different drafter. So I'm very curious to see what is going on over there, and then Lactose Intolerant is going to be facing MOB, and MOB I'm not sure if they've played before, but I'm curious to see what they're going to do. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be right back. And welcome back to HoN OMG Cycle 4. We are now going to be casting Lactose Intolerant, who were the runner-ups in the last tournaments, against MOB. I'm joined again by Big Wave Dave. Dave, are you excited for this game?
Yeah, there's some changes for lactose intolerant. Their lineup. They have Zhenko and Lolvinder.
Yeah.
So
and for the rest, I mean, we know the players already, but we're gonna be seeing now what they're gonna be drafting. I wonder if they're still sticking to their unorthodox type of drafting, or whether they're gonna be going for a more normal draft. Well, they pick an Ophelia first pick. Damn.
that's for Duder. Snooki's been picking that for Dude.
Yeah, I really like the hero. I think it's absolutely stupid.
They pick a Tulifon. What?
I mean,
Warbeast and Ophelia?
I do kind of think they're going for a push strat, but I mean, Warbeast can solo in a lane. He's really not bad at last hitting and stuff. He's got really good base damage, and he's got really good abilities to help him last it, especially with the dogs.
Do you think we're gonna see them pick all jungle heroes?
I think they might. I think Solstice is going to be the next one up, or they're going to be picking all the creeps. So they could go for a Tempest and a Keeper of the Forest. That works.
Oh, they're going push strat. Okay,
yeah,
that's scary. Defiler, Warbeast, Ophelia. I actually haven't seen them draft this before in all their scrims, and I cast 100% of their scrims. I'm their caster, so this is new to me. Snooki's doing something I haven't seen before.
Yeah, to be fair though, the team MOB is not one we've really seen before, and their
draft's not bad.
No,
I mean, they picked Predator a little early.
Well, it is bad versus a push strat. Like, they really should have gone for an Luna.
Yeah, it is pretty bad against a push strat, but I mean, Elephant received a buff, so the hero is still the hero's stronger than it was before. I mean, they nerfed the trample and the creep damage, but they decreased the cooldown of Obliterate.
Yeah, but they also buffed the damage of the Q. They just reduced the damage at lower levels and increased the damage at higher levels. So instead of 20 damage per creep, it's now 24 damage. And you should be maxing the trample anyways, as it is a way better ability than Obliterate. Like, Obliterate is good. Obliterate is really good for farming and stuff, but in the laning phase, you need that stun duration and you need that burst damage. And leveling the trample is just, especially now with the increasing damage of the creeps, right? You need to max it first.
So look at the bans. Oh my god, Keeper of the Forest.
Yeah, so they banned Bombardier, Bubbles, and Solstice. I do like those bans, and yeah, they're good for the Keeper now, and they're probably gonna last pick a Tempest.
Yeah, it looks. I mean, I bet you they're gonna run the Keeper Tempest lane. They're gonna have the Warbeast solo, and the Ophelia supporting from jungle.
Yeah, and Defiler middle. Would be a pretty good lane, to be honest, but Warbeast would have to be careful to not get wrecked by a Cthulhu Voodoo lane or something like that.
Oh,
yeah, but there's still so many good counter pushes up. Like, Aluna is still up, Sulfuris is still up. Like, Sulfuris is really good against push lineups because of the Q burst damage.
If I'm Hellborn, I'm like, what the heck is this draft? And then I'm picking a Salve and I'm picking an Aluna, and that's that.
Midas also
Midas
decent.
Yeah,
but there's the Tempest.
You knew it.
Yeah,
this is why they're paying you the big bucks. Sure can.
They're paying me all the money for casting. I can confirm this without a doubt. No lies, nothing else. But yeah, so we have a Midas picked up, and although it's a good counter pusher, at the same time, it does need a lot of levels at the start. And this Hag pick, I really don't understand. Like, the Bat Blast has such a long cooldown right now, and
they could have picked a Salve.
Like, he's gonna lose middle versus a Defiler. Like, they just needed something that could stay mid and really do a lot of work. It might be the Midas middle, of course, but even that loses to a Defiler, I think.
So they have TKB playing core then, unless that's a support Defiler.
No, I'm not sure.
I've never seen him play a core position for Lactose Intolerant, so this is going to be... That's a lot of pressure for TKB.
Yeah, they might just choose to put Tempest middle.
Captain's pick.
That's not the worst, to be honest. Like, I've played it before.
Then they have Lolvinder on see, so it's a support Defiler, it looks like. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
I do
interesting.
like. I guess they're back to their unorthodox draft. I mean, this push strat though, it's so like, how is the Hellborn side going to do anything here? They kill the Keeper minions, and then you have the War Beast dogs, and then you have the Tempest elementals, and then you have the creeps from Ophelia on top of it. So
Well,
like,
they win laning phase. I mean, that's all they have to do to win this. I mean, they have a Cthulhu Font Midas lane. I mean, that's a pretty strong lane, and a Voodoo Pred lane. I mean, I don't know how an Ophelia and a Keeper are going to kill a Voodoo and a Predator, because Voodoo is pretty good against the with Acid Cocktail. It's pretty good against the Ophelia early levels before she can get the 3 creeps. Which even then, it's still pretty good because it's the creeps are stunned for how much longer? It's additional 1.2 seconds for creeps.
hmm it's for creeps. It's 5 seconds, isn't it?
Yeah, sorry, for creeps. Yeah, for creeps it's 5 seconds. I
Yeah,
think. Yeah, it's a 5 second stun for creeps. That's crazy.
yeah,
So I mean, the Ophelia is going to be pretty good against the or the Voodoo Jester is going to be pretty good against Ophelia. So and Hag should do well versus Tempest. So I feel like the way Hellborn wins this is just by winning laning phase. So Legion can't push.
yeah. But I feel like after a moment when they have all their ultis right on the Legion side, it's going to be so difficult for Hellborn to fight.
Yep. So that's where I think Legion has to play a little safe and get their level 6s, and then they can start pushing.
Yeah, they just need to get their timing down. But yeah, I don't think Hag is going to have too easy of a time versus a Tempest. You can already see him using his minions right now. He didn't get a lot of last hits with Tempest. That was unfortunate, but he is gonna. Damn, look at this. He's level 2. He immediately goes to the woods and forms the easy camp. Talk about efficiency.
Yeah. Okay. I see what Snooki's doing here.
Yeah, he needs to go back to the lane now, though. Otherwise, he's gonna be missing out on some creeps over there.
Yeah, he's gonna miss.
One.
Yeah, he missed 1 creep. But that's okay. I think the easy camp helps make up for that.
Look at this. Duder actually taking over the Alchemist Ogre just to last hit creeps with it. He's gonna get stunned up right here, but Predator actually leveled his E level 1, and he's gonna be in a lot
That's
of
a lot
trouble
of
here.
damage.
That's a lot of damage. Yeah, he leveled his Nature's Wrath, which I do like. Midas bottom actually falls to the Warbeast and the Defiler. There's the stun in from the Cthulhu Fun as well, but he's gonna have to run.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't see that kill bottom. I didn't know how. Okay. The Midas. Does the Midas not have elemental? Okay.
No, it doesn't seem like he leveled his escape ability, and they really should just be waiting for their levels. There's the pause. Tempest already starting to pressure mid lane, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So laning phase is already going really well for Legion, which is something I wouldn't expect. Yeah, I think some misskilling on the side of Hellborn. I mean, I think Pred should get the leap level 1 because they can leap and acid cocktail there, and I think the Ophelia could actually die.
Yeah, especially seeing as Carnivorous really doesn't do anything. 2%, like, that's nothing.
Yep.
Like,
And then
I can
bottom lane.
see when somebody has 500 HP, right? 2%, that just means that you're doing 10 extra damage per hit. But 10 extra damage per hit isn't even close to the 75 damage from Venomous Leap.
Oh, aren't they supposed? Okay.
Yeah, they're supposed to ask if they're ready, but I'm assuming all Legion is there, otherwise they'd be pausing right now.
Yep.
But yeah, there you have it. Tempest still just pressuring mid lane. He's got the level 2 elementals already.
Yeah, he's farming really well. Sitting at 271 GPM. The Hag's sitting at 129. So
Yeah, Hag also really needs to be careful because those elementals hit really hard. Each one of those does 24 damage, and without any damage block on the Hag. Top lane, we actually might have Voodoo Jester in trouble right here. He's gonna get blasted right there. Seems like with a Keeper creep, he got it.
yep. He takes the Alchemist Ogre again.
Oh, I think he rooted with Ophelia. He put the
Yep.
invis on Ophelia and then he rooted. But there you have the Hag actually coming in with the DD, and that's going to be a free kill on the Ophelia. And Keeper is out of mana, so he might actually be in trouble as well. As there you have the Hag. He's got the Sonar Scream and he's got his slow coming up in 4 seconds, but he's just so tanky on that Keeper. They are going to be diving him right now. Tempest taking a lot. I mean, Hag taking a lot of damage. In the bottom lane, we do have Rosatako on the Cthulhu Fund falling right there. There is a curse on the Keeper right here, but it does look like he's gonna be fine. No, he might. No, he's fine.
Nope,
The curse
he's
is
fine.
right now. And yeah, in the meantime, Tempest is finishing mid tower.
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna give. Oh, he's not gonna.
No, he
Let's see
might.
if he's gonna give
Nope,
it.
he's not.
Nope, he's gonna last it on his own. Okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. I think the Tempest getting. He actually goes bottle. So
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I like it.
But yeah,
So he goes
so
bottle chalice. I like that. I like that he went bottle chalice. So he probably isn't gonna go the mana boots.
no, although I do really like mana boots. If you're doing a push strat like this, mana boots is just such a valuable item. Look at that
Oh my
damage
gosh,
on the
it's
hag. Yeah, and he's just gonna keep pushing now with those level 3 creeps. He's
This
doing
is
a
great
ton of damage. Yeah. And
Yeah,
they're going an
typically when I
Abyssal Skull on Warbeast, which I also really like.
Yeah, when I go push strat Tempest, I like getting the chalice than an astrolabe.
Yeah, Astrolabe is definitely a great item this game.
Initiation bottom onto the
Oh,
Defiler
bottom
here.
lane, there's initiation indeed, but Cthulhu Fund might just be in a bit of trouble here, as that Siphon is just doing so much to that Cthulhu right there. Oh, top lane, we actually have a kill on Dude, as I feel like they dove the Voodoo Jester, maybe a bit too far.
Yeah. I mean, the Voodoo Jester has level 2 Cursed Ground now, so they need to be a little more careful.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
no.
going to be doing more damage. Bottom lane, we actually have Defiler almost diving the Cthulhu right here. He's got his trample up, and he's going to turn it. Nice stun coming in from him right there, but he might still be in trouble as... Nah, he's...
He has no mana anymore on the Defiler.
Yeah.
He's actually sent another port bottom. Looks like the Hag's going bottom now. I wonder if they see this.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have seen it.
He doesn't have boots on the Hag either, and he really should be trying to defend middle, but it's just so hard. Look at the mid tower.
It looks like the Voodoo's going for the Grave Locket.
Yep, he should be getting boots first, but I see a lot of supports getting the Grave Locket before boots, much to my frustration.
Yeah, I like prioritizing
There's a
mobility.
stun coming in on the Tempest right here. He's got the
Okay,
curse, and
Tempest
Hag
is
is there
dead.
as well. But Tempest,
What?
with that Invis rune, is just gonna get out.
Yeah, he's got the Invis rune. I mean, that's still gonna be. Oh, if that's Sonar
look at
Screen,
this.
that might he could have died.
Yeah, but he might be looking to get a double ulti here with that Invis rune. Instead, he's just gonna continue pushing the mid lane, bottling up. But Voodoo might actually be able to stun him up here, and there you have the kill. He does leave it to the Legion this time.
Oh, he
And-
tried to last hit that.
Yeah, and Keeper now actually already picked up the Astrolabe right here.
Yep, that's awesome. I mean, he can just stay up here and continue pushing this. Pred can't do anything to him.
Yeah.
It's kind of a
So-
stalemate up there. They both can't kill each other.
Yeah, Keeper's gonna... does have his root up now, so with one rotation he might be able to kill the Predator. But here you see him now doing the exact same thing. Yeah, they're pushing every single lane right now. There's the initiation in on to the Defiler and the Warbeast, but here's Tempest with the big hole to already kill these two people bottom lane, and that is gonna be an easy bottom tower, and they're gonna translate this or turn this into another tower. The creeps now also have so much armor due to the Abyssal Skull. It gives 5
Top lane,
armor.
diving the Pred. Root actually
Yeah.
goes out.
Root does go out, but he's going to be able to cancel it with the Stonehide. And now Keeper might actually be in a lot of trouble, as there's a stun, the Acid Bomb going in on the Keeper right now, and
Curse
wow,
does.
Voodoo might actually fall here as the creeps are falling in, and Duder with the last hit right there. They do take the bottom tower right there. And Keeper of the Forest is just trying to survive right here. He's going to be porting away, but the curse is just going to do too much damage. Predator was getting low though, and there's going to be the tower top. As Dude needs to run away now, as Hag is running in along with the Cthulhu. But of course, they both do not have boots. So I think he's going to be fine on Ophelia.
Yep, he also had Nature's Guys on him.
Oh,
now
but he's
actually-
actually going to be in a lot of trouble, as Ophelia Bit off more than he could chew, but they are pushing Rex in the meantime. So
Oh, Voodoo's dead.
yeah, there's no way he survives this. Like, look at that damage coming out from those creeps.
That was sick. That was a lot of damage.
Yeah. Predator now running over.
The Warbeast actually has a bulwark, so.
Lots of armor.
Oh my gosh, look at they almost blocked
him.
it right there. Yeah.
But they're going to be pushing the Rex at 8 minutes.
Yeah, where's the dogs? The Warbeast has dogs up. He's not.
There's the combo in on the Defiler from the Midas, and there's a port from the Predator. And he's going to go right on the Defiler, but he's taking so much damage from the Warbeast right there. And they have the stun in on the Voodoo Jester, and he's going to fall. And so is the Midas, and Defiler is going to end up falling to the Obliterate. Nice stun coming in from the Cthulhu right here. Hag is here now as well. He doesn't have his ultimate up though, so Snooki just manning up right here. He's doing a lot of damage to that Hag again. And nice Astrolabe coming in from the Keeper to have Tempest survive there. And they're going to be able to finish the range strikes right here.
A buyback actually coming in from the Hag.
Yeah. So they're trying to combo all the creeps, but there's just too many. And Hag now going in on the Tempest, but instead it's going to get rooted. And there's the trample. It is going to hit the Tempest. Tempest actually really close to falling, but there's the Ophelia ultimate to keep him alive. Predator leaping in on the Keeper, but Keeper is just like, I don't care about that. And Cthulhu just so close to death. Are they going to be able to finish him off? It does not look like it. And there's a stun in on the Predator. He's got Stonehide in 1 second, so he's going to activate it to get rid of the stun. But here you have it. Nice stun coming in from the Voodoo though, but look at that damage as all of the creeps get buffed by Warbeast's W. Well, they don't actually, but
they're going for the meatball.
They have the stun in on the Tempest with the Cthulhu, but that barrier is just saving. Look at that. No damage was taken from the Tempest. Astrolabe is there as well. There's just too many creeps right now from the Legion side as Predator is just forcing Renee. What a root coming out from the Keeper right there with his Q. And he is going to fall on the Predator, and they're prioritizing that meatball very well.
Yeah, meatball down.
But yeah, so nice trample stun coming in from the Cthulhu Fund. But here you have the 3-man Tempest ultimate, and that is a dead Cthulhu Fund. It is a dead Hag, and it is a dead Voodoo Jester as they're just pushing the Shrine at 10 minutes. There you have the GG called as they're going in for the tier 4 towers.
CC, oh my god.
Oh no. Well, this went exactly as I thought it would. With all the creeps, they really just don't have the counter push on the Hellborn side. Like Midas level 4, they have a barrier now. That barrier is just making them...
Is this the fastest finish in HoN OMG history?
I think so.
Is that a stat we can look up?
No idea. Well, there's the GG call. And Dave, final thoughts about that game?
Push strat OP. That's all I'm going to say. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say right here.
It's a 10-minute game. I haven't seen a 10-minute game in a long time.
I really do hope that the next games are going to be a little closer to have a little bit more excitement in them. But well played from Legion team right here to secure their win within 10 minutes.
Yeah, well played. New and improved Lactose Intolerant, looking good. I mean, I'd like to see Whoop play, but looks like they have a different roster for this cycle.
Yeah, it looks like they do. And ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a quick game, but be sure to stay tuned as we'll be right back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after a bit more of an extended break. We are now having Team Tim facing off versus the Lazy Feline. We've seen a lot of these players before, and now I'm joined by a different co-caster. I'm Shorkan. I'm joined by BKB and Chill. And how are you doing, BKB?
Hello, I am doing really well, thank you. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Just casting some HoN, having some fun conversations about what people do in this game and stuff. Are you excited for your first game casting?
Yes, definitely. I am very keen to get into this game, and I am looking forward to watching both of these teams, especially the Lazy Feline, who are a newly formed team.
Yeah, I see Pingu there. I've played a lot against him in the past many years. I think he's back now for HoN, so we're gonna see if he's a little bit rusty or anything. And then, the team on the Legion, we've seen them last cycle as well. They're the newly formed team with X Next Salty Soul, otherwise known as Huge Soul, or Puppet Mex, or Puppet Soul, or then you have Soul with him and Imba Boy. If I'm not mistaken, they do have some other players now. They used to have Ramensky and Ramity, but instead now they have X Next and Soul playing the support and the semi-support.
Yeah, so Pingu, I do remember him from back in 2015, 2014. Definitely a very strong carry player. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see how he does perform in this new meta game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everybody's just running at everyone. So we already get a Gladiator pick. And although I do like Gladiator, they have this habit of running it as a semi-support, but I feel it's a lot stronger in middle.
Yeah, I do tend to agree with you. I do play quite a lot of Gladiator myself, and I feel like the hero, especially if you are leveling Whiplash early, it just has so much harass and damage potential. So yeah, I'm with you on that point.
Yeah. And then they have the Andromeda, of course. Andromeda, I think, is a really good support. He did get some nerfs, couple of, like the last patch before this one. So his ultimate has a really short range now until later levels. So he's going to have to really focus on getting those levels. Otherwise, I feel he's not going to be that useful. And then on the other side, you have the Aluna. That's a pretty typical support, I'd say. One of the best ones, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Luna, Andromeda are probably definitely up there as two of the strongest. However, as you say, I think the Andromeda nerf does kind of reduce the potential of the hero slightly.
Yeah. And what do you think of the bans, by the way? They actually banned out Oogie and Malikan as the first two bans, so different from what we saw in the last game.
Very, very comfortable bans. I would have to agree with both of them. I think Oogie is a very scary hero, as has been mentioned many times. Farms so quickly, has a lot of damage potential in team fights, has the AoE slow, and the healing ability from the ultimate. So yeah, and Malikan is a very similar hero in terms of it can heal and it can do a lot of AoE damage.
Yeah, I mean, last cycle we even saw Malikan picked up first as a first pick, so they were not hiding at all what carry they were going to pick, and still the teams that generally picked Malikan came out on top. So now you have a Lord Sulfuras as a third pick, but I like the pick. I like it when teams pick Lord Sulfuras with a reason, because I feel it takes so much farm, but has limited impact if there's no healing hero that they need to stop.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and I think Sulfuras as well. If he's to be caught perhaps by Gladiator or with the Andro swap, I think Clanks is going to burst him down, especially if he doesn't build a barrier right or something. I think that the hero is, as you say, it needs to have a purpose in the setup.
Yeah, so right now they do have the Accursed with the Sulfuras, and they have this like in-your-face type of team, so they need to make use of that before Clanks gets too difficult to catch.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested by the Accursed pick. I haven't seen any of Hellborn players play Accursed recently. I do question where they're going to lane it, so it'd be interesting to see how they finish off the draft. But I do like the idea of having the Sulfuras run at people with a shield and just being a nuisance in team fights.
Yeah, and you see all these bans right now coming out from Imbaboy. He's really focusing on those carries. He also banned the Cthulhu Fund because Cthulhu Fund is just a very annoying laner. Especially Clanks early is going to have a lot of trouble dealing with that. And then you have the Sandwraith ban. And what do you think about all these bans? Tell me.
The bans, I'm interested by the Dark Lady ban. I think the reason why Imberboy banned that against Hellborn is because Imberpingu used to play a lot of Dark Lady back in the days. And it was probably one of his best heroes. So that would explain the Dark Lady ban. The Parallax ban, I think they're probably a bit nervous about Huge Soul playing the hero because he is a very strong Parallax player. Bubbles, Sandwraith, Dr. Repulsor, lots of AoE burst damage. Dr. Repulsor I'm a bit surprised by because it has been nerfed. However, the Sandwraith, Sandwraith is obviously a global nuisance and it does have the potential to obviously disjoint and farm pretty quickly. So yeah, pretty solid bans in my opinion.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, what I would like to see right now from the Legion side is just okay. They're gonna go for a Deadwood middle, I think, because Huge Soul has been playing that a lot. But I'm not sure who wins that matchup. I think you're more experienced in mid than I am. So you have Lord Forest versus Deadwood. Who takes that?
It's a very good question. I would probably give it slightly to Saphoris, very slightly. Just based on the fact that Saphoris, if he avoids spell damage, so if he avoids the root from Deadwood, and he can just walk up to Deadwood, deal loads of damage, perhaps push him away from the creep wave, and he can get an advantage with perhaps a quicker bottle, which would give him some more likelihood of going for rune control. I think if Deadwood lands his grasps, lands a lot of harass with his auto attacks with the tree, and then if he gets level 6 first, I would give it to Deadwood every time. But it kind of comes down to the player's skill as well.
Yeah. But the one thing I will say is that it's a lot easier to gank for a Deadwood than it is to gank for a Sulfuris, as Sulfuris has a no catch at all.
Very true. Yeah, the catch on Deadwood is obviously the biggest difference between the two. And the Willowmaker damage is a lot higher than the superior ulti from South Forest, the Undying spell. So yeah.
Yeah, level 1 of Undying actually only does 240 damage. I remember it being a lot more in previous iterations of the hero.
Yes, I do remember that as well. I think, it used to be perhaps 350, if I'm not mistaken, or yeah.
It's okay. Okay, so they threw me for a loop. It's gonna be an Arachno middle, definitely. And I do like that. It's very strong versus Sulfuris, and it's just they have no catch on the Hellborn side right now. That's the biggest issue with their draft. So they really need to pick something that will set up early kills for them. Because a Luna stun isn't gonna do anything.
No, just getting back to your point about Arachno, I think Arachno is very good against Sarforis, as you say, but Sarforis is the hero that really needs to get up nice and close to people, the enemy team. So having an Arachno slow him, perhaps use the ulti, it kind of limits the ability for Sarforis to get in there and actually do damage on on enemies. So yeah.
Yeah, and then they final pick the Draconis. Like, is that going to be a jungle Draconis? We don't know. Accursed is. Oh, Accursed looks to be going suicide right now. So they do have a kind of like an old sort of lineup in the sense that they have a jungler, a suicide accursed, a Luna Swiftblade top, and Sulfuris middle. But I feel like the Legion team definitely has better early game. Late game, we're gonna have to wait and see how much farm Swiftblade gets. That's what it's gonna come down to, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Legion, as you say, have a lot of early burst damage potential. You look at the Andromeda Comet, you look at the Deadwood Root, the Pitfall, the Arachna damage, and even with Clanks as well, if he does become involved in the early team fights, they have, so much that they can really kill with. Hellborn, not quite so strong, but Hellborn really needs to focus on just getting as many items as they possibly can to really, take this into a late game against the Clanks and the Arachna.
Yeah. And what I've seen Team Tim do a lot in their scrims is they go for that aggressive tri-lane, and they're going to do it again. And I do actually like Clanks in the tri-lane. With any stun setup, you'll hit the bang, and the bang does a lot of damage.
Yeah, they've had a lot of practice with it as well, because I've seen that they do like to run Andromeda and Gladiator in their scrims, and obviously Clanks as well. So it's something they're quite used to doing, something we're used to watching. So it'll be interesting to see if Hellborn have paid attention to any of these previous matches and whether they can counter it.
Yeah, and I mean, Accursed versus Deadwood, I'm pretty sure that Accursed gets wrecked by a Deadwood.
Oh yeah, definitely. There's no there's no way that Accursed would ever win a 1v1 against a Deadwood.
Yeah, I mean, you can be very annoying like me and just spam shields on last year creeps, right, BKB?
Yeah, definitely. I've had many experiences against that Shorcan.
I really enjoy playing it right now. I find it a really
Yeah.
fun hero, but it's not the most effective, definitely.
It's yeah, they've lowered the mana cost of the shield, haven't they?
Yeah, at all levels pretty much. So it's just a lot of fun. And the cooldown is 9 seconds when you've maxed it, so
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good spell, really good spell.
but yeah, they have a really greedy lineup on the Hellborn. Accursed itself isn't greedy, but Draconis together with Sulfuras and Swift, I feel they might have gotten an issue this game because Deadwood only needs to get a portal key. Gladiator just needs levels, Andromeda just needs levels, and then they have Arachna and Clanks taking the most of the farm.
Yep, they do have quite greedy picks on Hellborn, a lot of farm soakers. The question that I want to ask you is, who do you think Legion are going to prioritize most of the focus on, especially as they get into earliest to the mid game phase? Do you think they're going to focus the South Forest, Draconis, even the Swift Blades, or are they going to focus more on the support heroes?
I feel like they just need to make sure to defend their towers early because they have the catch needed when they get levels. So it's whoever shows up on lane and that Soul can actually get to and uses Showdown on. So Swift isn't really going to be in danger from the Legion team. Even Deadwood with his punch, I mean, he can just spin out of the grasp, right? So
Yeah.
Swiftblade really isn't in a lot of trouble unless he gets Arachna ultied.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch to see how that plays out. I am keen to have a look at the mid matchup, obviously being a mid player myself. So the South Forest versus Arachna, I'll definitely give the advantage to Arachna on this one.
Yeah, even his entire skill set on Arachna is just built for countering Sulfuras.
Yep, definitely. Especially with the ability to gain magic armor, as you say. It does do a lot against the South Forest, who is so heavily reliant on magic and superior magic damage.
Yep, and then you have the Accursed versus Deadwood in bottom lane, but unfortunately, Conatus thought he was going to be against a farming lane, but instead he's 1v1 versus a Deadwood, and he doesn't actually have a hatchet, so Deadwood is going to have fun, I feel like.
Yeah, Deadwood's going to really enjoy this lane. As we said earlier, I think Deadwood will definitely win the lane pretty comfortably. Just more harass potential. He can walk up to a Cursed, hit him, perhaps throw a log on the route, and a Cursed, he doesn't have a hatchet, so he's going to struggle to farm. So yeah, I think Deadwood will be ahead in XP and creep kills.
Yeah, so we're just gonna have to wait and see what this Draconis is gonna pull out of his hat, because he needs to be the deciding factor for the Hellborn team. I really want him to also guard runes, because otherwise then this game is gonna be just lost after the laning phase.
Yep, I think Draconis is a fascinating hero myself. Although I haven't played it, I do enjoy watching Draconis players, and I do tend to find the better Draconis players usually do go for rune control, because it is so advantageous to not only the mid player, taking it away from the enemies, but also for himself as well.
Yeah. And I mean, Swift really isn't getting good farm in this lane. He's only 90 gold per minute because he's facing a dual range lane. And I love that Soul is actually going for the rune right here. But nice stun from the Aluna, giving him the kill, giving him the regen rune right there. In the end, it didn't really matter, but still good for Hellborn team.
Speaking of rune control, what do you think about the movement placement from the bot rune? Do you think it's a bit more biased towards the bottom lane, or do you think it's still okay for mid to collect the bot rune?
I think it's balanced now, because the top rune was further away than the bottom rune before, and now they've balanced that out. So I think it's better for the mid, pretty much, for the mid matchup. Whoever didn't get the top rune before. Oh, look at mid though. There's a pitfall coming in on the Lords of Force. Unfortunate miss from the Arachna, and Snark is just gonna DC, I think.
Possibly, but I think they would have paused. I think he was just, it was inevitable he was going to die. So yeah, I think he just gave him the satisfaction of killing him in close range.
Yeah, but I mean, he still could have used his life tap for some health back. Yeah, he's gonna port back into mid right now, but that was a really good rotation coming out from Gladiator, and this is what I want to see from a tri-lane. Oh, nice stun right there. Look at the pitfall. It's also going to hit on the Swiftblade, and Swiftblade is going to fall to the last auto attack from X next. almost falling himself. No power throw, unfortunately, used to kill the Andro right there, but
Yeah, really nice kill. It's always good to get a kill on the support player as well, just to boost his gold and give him the opportunity to buy some boots. But I wanted to mention about Arachna. I think one of the ways that I like Arachna working with Gladiator is Arachna slow will make it easier for the Pitfall to land. So as we saw with the first kill, the Bloodlust, it was really well executed by Huge Soul and Soul.
yeah, definitely. It's very annoying that they have a similar name, by the way. But yeah, bottom lane, Accursed now has his boots up. He leveled his Seer once as well. He is maxing his Q, which I'm not sure is the right decision anymore, as the mana cost of the Fire Shield has changed. But I think he could do all right by just spamming his Cauterize.
Yeah, speaking of Seer with the changes, and I know you've played a curse quite a few times, especially in mid lane. How do you find that spell? Do you find it to be beneficial when you are farming, or how would you like to use it?
Well, I feel like it doesn't heal as much as I like it, like I would like it to, but it's already like an added buff on top of what it already does, which is slow and increased attack speed of all allies against the target.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine. In top lane, I completely missed a kill as Gladiator hit a Pitfall and Andromeda hit a stun, and that was an easy kill on the Aluna.
Yeah, another nice kill for Legion. Yeah, a tri lane they're very experienced with running, so I'm not actually too surprised they are picking up these kills here. And as we can see, Clanks already has a steep boost, so his harass potential and his ability to farm the lane is going to be really good for this stage of the game.
Yeah. And I mean, Arachna is pretty much boxing out the Sulfuras right now, and Sulfuras is actually farming the Legion Woods because he has no chance to stay in the lane versus the Ghost Marcher's Arachna.
No, exactly. But that's one of the things I love about Sulfuras is his ability to go into jungle, to stack for himself, to take out a couple of double stacks, possibly. Especially with
Look at this, he's in the mid lane right now.
Especially with his Q at level 3 and level 4, it just makes him a really good jungler.
Yeah, there's a port coming in from Soul though, so they might end up catching the Sulfuras as he's farming the hard camp. Yeah, but here's Soul. He's gonna get the showdown off. So
yeah.
And you're back. And there comes the Arachna ulti, and Sulfuras has no way of getting out right here. He's gonna try and kill the Vulture Lord. But,
to maximum efficiency from Sulfuras.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice play by Gladiator.
I don't think I like the Accursed in a suicide type of function, by the way, because he needs to be in all the fights early. That's where his strength lies, right?
Yep.
And he can't gank as a suicide hero. And if you're having a bad time in lane, that's what you do.
Yep.
So we're not seeing the effect of the hero right now. We do see a Gladiator right here, and Accursed is gonna get bonked by. Yeah, the problem with that is that either you use your ultimate preemptively with Accursed to try and dodge the Willowmaker, but otherwise you just get stunned up and punched anyway. So there's no win for you in that situation at all.
Yeah, exactly. Curse is definitely one of those heroes who does really rely on his timings, and I think if you use the ulti too early, you're just going to get chased down. And especially with Deadwood and Gladiator, there's pretty much no escape. So yeah, it's almost inevitable that he will die, even with his ulti available, unless he times a really good TP. But yeah, nice kill there from Legion.
And a ward in top lane, spotting out the Draconis rotation right here. So they should be fine, but actually X-Nex is going in for the stun on the Andromeda. Here comes the Volcano though. There's the Q coming up from Draconis. He did max it, so it does a lot of damage, but actually it's going to be Draconis in trouble right now as he gets pitfalled, and Aluna trying to run away, but he doesn't actually have boots, so he's going to try and port away. But do they have the damage? They do have the damage as Imba fetches a double tap right now. And remember what I was saying earlier before we started casting, Swiftblade is just not the best laner, and he's also chosen to not level his counterattack versus two ranged heroes, which is really, I think it just speaks to the fact that Imba Pingu hasn't played this game in a while.
Yeah, I think I would definitely agree with you. I think that he's probably not fully aware of the potential of the counterattack.
We have some action in here as Sulfuras is trying to run away from the Deadwood right here. Willowmaker is not actually up right now, but they're trying to hit the grasp. It is going to miss though, as Snark is going to dodge him right there. Deadwood now getting stunned up by the Illuna, and here comes the Accursed. So Lord Sophos is in a lot of danger of being punched as there it happens, and he just gets hit. So Accursed not in time with that heal. He should have been healing the Sulfuras the entire time, but
Yeah, he should. I agree. I think he should have done that. But I have to give credit to Deadwood. I think that was a really smart play going for the South Forest. I think whenever you have your ulti available in Deadwood, you should look to use it. Unless there's no real kill opportunity available. But yeah, nice play from Deadwood, and yeah, some good jukes coming out from South Forest. But Curse wasn't able to keep him alive, or didn't really attempt to.
yeah. And I mean, Mad Fritz now on the Arachna as well as the Ghost Marchers. He's going. It looks like he's going for an Astrolabe. Maybe I do really like that item on him as well. Even versus the Sulfuras, being able to heal your teammates in a team fight is just
Yeah, I think Astrolabe and Arachna is definitely viable. I think his HP pool is incredibly low. And Astrolabe, not only does it obviously benefit him, but it benefits his teammates as well. So yeah, it would be a good pickup to see.
But yeah, so what do you think the Hellborn needs to do right now to get back into this game? Because they're still even on XP, but the gold charts are just
Um,
very skewed.
I think they need to stack as much as possible for Draconis. I think Swift, he's at 150 GPM, so he's definitely struggling. But Draconis is a small kind of saving grace for them. Even South Forest as well. Just stacking for those two heroes who can farm very quickly and efficiently. Hopefully they can pick up some items and then force, well, not force, but take a team fight, which will hopefully go in their favour. But it's really difficult at the moment to call because Legion have had such a good start, and as we kind of mentioned at the beginning, their early game is so strong. So now they've got the start that they wanted. They've got 400 GPM on two of their cores. Deadwood is near 400 GPM, so he's going to be good looking at picking up a PK in about 5 minutes or so.
Hmm.
But no, I think Hellborn really needs to focus on stacking for the heroes that can farm, really quickly. So the South Forest, the Draconis, and even Swiftblade with this spin.
Yeah, you see Sulfuras right now actually farming the Legion Woods, and I do like that. So they split the farm a little bit between the Draconis and the Sulfuras. But I think it also just goes back to the fact that their draft is quite greedy, with
Yes,
the Swiftblade already needing pretty much free farm to be effective, and then you have the Draconis who also takes up a lot of space. Yeah.
yeah, Draconis and South Forest are two heroes that like to be in the same sort of position in terms of farming. So they both like to kind of take out stacks in the jungle. They like to kind of push out middle lane, so the creeps go towards the tower, go back into the woods, etc., etc. I mean, the way that they gank as well. You've obviously got the flight from Draconis, and then you've got South Forest, who will often pick up a tablet, so he can be quite useful in team fights when he TPs to towers. But I think with the start that they had, yeah, South Forest is not going to pick up any utility item anytime soon.
Yeah, and the Legion did it really wow, words. Okay, the tri lane and top lane was really well executed from the Legion because it allowed Soul on Gladiator to make that roam towards middle, which made Sulfuras suffer even more. And on top of that, they drafted to pretty much just win every single lane.
Yeah, exactly. And with the Legion drafts, as you said, if they are going to win every single lane, when you're playing against an enemy jungler, Draconis, who's not really having any impact at the moment, it just makes it even harder for the other four heroes because the other four heroes are having to go to the lanes, whereas Draconis would just sit in the woods until he gets the items that he wants. But Accursed, Sapphirus, Swift, Luna, they're all going to have a difficult time because he's not really going to be available too much.
Yeah, and they have no catch to make any ganks with. The Accursed, like Draconis and Sulfuras fill the same role as this tanky frontliner that just does a lot of AoE damage, but they both need a lot of space for that. And then you have an Accursed who can't be your saving grace in terms of ganking, even though I think a Lodestone was still available for the most part. So,
Yeah,
yeah, it
that's
just
the thing.
doesn't make sense to me, the draft.
No, I'm with you on that, and I think the Accursed as well is very limited, as you say, to set up. He can't set up anything. He's a very defensive hero, keeps people alive, and just yeah, tries to use his seer ability to gain some positives for his teammates. But I think that if they picked a more active suicide hero, it would definitely help out the lane that they had top. So something, as you say, like a Lowstone, possibly a Behemoth, to roam around to block heroes to transition into a Swiftblade spin, I think it would have been a lot more beneficial for them as opposed to having a Curse sit bottom lane where he's where he's not doing too much.
Yep. And yeah, we seem to be having some lag issues right now, which is why it's paused.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yep. And then yeah, so Clank's up to 450 GPM. I think he's going to rotate soon into his own woods as he picks up that Thunderclaw, and he's just going to end up killing Salforis once he gets there, because Salforis has
Yeah,
no farm on him right now.
yeah. Speaking of Salforis, when he does pick up his farm, which he'll be looking to do soon, what do you think his first item is going to be once he finishes his boots, or what boots do you think he's going to go for first?
Well, he's going to go for armor boots versus the Arachna and the Clanks and the Deadwood, but the problem is the Legion has a really good mix of magic and physical damage. They've got all the physical coming from the Arachna right now and the Deadwood, and then you have the magic coming from Clanks, Andro, and Gladiator. So they have this mix of damage. So going for armor boots and shamans might keep you alive for a little bit longer, but they also have good catch.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just oh man, it just comes back to the draft, BKB.
It's yeah, I'm not going to disagree with you. I think the draft is a little bit scattered. It's almost like there's not really a lot of purpose behind it. It's a case of we'll pick some good farming heroes, we'll try and get more farm than Legion, then we'll take some fights and hopefully win the game. But the way that they've executed early game has not been great. So yeah, that's why they've been struggling.
Yeah, and that's the 10-minute mark for the server now unpausing. So they're going to check if it's actually possible to play right now. It looks to be going fine right now.
So what do you
Well,
think Gladiator's going to be picking up first after his Striders?
tablet, please.
Tablet, yeah.
Tablet is just a great item, especially versus a Draconis and a Swiftblade.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah.
I think so as well. I think Tablet is probably. I know you're a massive fan of Tablet, but I do think that Tablet is probably the only choice really for his first.
Yeah,
main
look at
item.
this ulti on the Swiftblade in mid lane. The Spiderling is coming in, and he's gonna get punched up by the Deadwood right now, but he's super tanky with a curse healing him as well, so he's gonna be fine for now. And this does mean that the Hellborn has a chance to turn, but again, they don't have any catch.
Yeah, no catch on Hellborn. Good to keep Swiftblade alive, especially as he's having quite a hard time at the moment. But I am quite surprised that Legion went that far because they should have been quite aware that a curse was there, and with one shield and a heal, he's going to be fine against the Deadwood combo.
Pitfall coming in on the Swiftblade right now. And some slows happening on the Accursed. Who got pulled back? It's the Luna. Big Gladiator ult. You're going to hit all three. But here's the Draconis with the Volcano. Andromeda spin it, stunning up the Draconis. And he's in a lot of trouble as Deadwood is here now as well. Accursed now forced to run away. You have the Clank supporting in. Swiftblade is going to be fine over there in the river. But they are chasing down this Accursed right now. They have another showdown. He's going to get slowed up on the Accursed. Andromeda is going to end up falling to the Swift Slashes, and there comes in the spin. He might get another kill. Gladiator falling really low, but he's going to be fine. The Spider just slowing down that Swiftblade too much. No boots on the Illuna means that he's in trouble as well. The Thunderclaw doing a lot of work right now for the Clanks right now. The ultimate coming in onto the Clanks, but as we said earlier, it really doesn't do that much damage. Nice sidestep on the more Certissima though. The Grasp is going to end up missing, and there's a slow in from the Arachna. Another good sidestep from the Clanks, and Imbaboy comes out of that with a hat trick.
Wow. Amazing fight from Legion. I love what Huge Soul did on Arachna. I like the fact that he was waiting for Swiftblade to spin before he used his ultimate, which prevented Swift from actually getting close to killing anybody. So really heads up play from him there. I'm a bit surprised that Andrew really overextended into Hellborn, so she did get picked off. But if you're going to kill anyone, Andromeda's the hero that you don't really want to kill because it's the main support. So yeah, no, really well played from Legion.
Yeah, and Deadwood has actually chosen to not go for a Portal Key, instead picking up a Soul's Bulwark. What do you think of that?
I'm finding that very interesting. Although I don't think it's bad. I would personally have gone for PK first because PK Deadwood is just incredibly strong. It's what makes the hero what it is. You know, really strong, a strong ganker. But I like the fact that, you know, with Bulwark, you've got obviously a lot of team-based armor. You can switch it to do more armor against the enemies. And I think because they have so much catch with Gladiator, Andromeda, even the Clank slows, that he just thought that he can maybe leave PK to a little bit later.
Yeah. I would have liked him to pick up a Lex Talionis instead, though, as Lex is cheaper and it gives how much armor in AoE? Two armor in AoE, which is 1 less than what the Souls gives on positive, and it gives more negative armor.
Yeah.
Look at this though. Here's the Deadwood. He does have the punch available. He's going to use it on the Sulfuras, and he just melts to the entire Legion team.
Very quick kill there. Sulfuras says, you know, even though he is known as quite a tanky hero, he's never going to survive the initiation that Legion have, because unless the curse is there. But yeah, the Legion initiation and the power with their draft is just, yeah, it's so strong.
Yeah. And so yeah, we're getting quite a one-sided game right now. They're still doing quite decent on the XP per minute, but that's again due to that Draconis, but it's really not been a very effective Draconis so far.
No, it's not been effective. They haven't really done anything with it. He's not farming particularly well. He's only at 320 GP.
Mid lane, I missed the kill as they just run down a Luna.
So yeah, with Draconis, his farm is not where they want it to be. He's had 0 assists, 0 kills, so he's not really done anything on that front. But yeah, I do wonder what his first item is going to be. I mean, if you were playing Draconis yourself, what would you go for here?
Well, not an Energizer. So he just picked up the Energizer, but in a game like this, if he had had good farm, it would have been maybe useful to go for a mock, just, you know, accelerate your farm even further and to just be more of a threat in team fights. But this game, he should have gone for a barrier.
Do you think items like, yeah, Barrier Idol, Demonic Breastplate, Frostfield, do you think those are items that you want to be picking up in this sort of game?
Yeah, definitely. Just all the aura items are always going to be good. And we do have a Gladiator scouting out the Luna right there, but they're not going to commit. Draconis farming that last part of the jungle. We have an Astrolabe picked up on Accursed, and although it's not a bad item, definitely not, it's a really good item actually, but he just really needs to get impact items. So an Astrolabe isn't really going to help us. They have too much damage on the Legion right now.
Yeah, they do have a lot of damage, and Clanks is at 550 GPM with a hyper crown, so yeah, his damage is going to be extremely high, especially for 16 minutes into the game. But one thing I wanted to mention is, because Hellborn's draft is so defensive, their map control is so limited. There's nowhere that they can really, you know, explore in terms of playing slightly offensively. So farming for them is quite difficult as well, because they have so many cores on a defensive based setup for them. So yeah, it's difficult for them to really explore around the map at the moment.
Yeah, you also have a PK now picked up for the Arachna, so they have the catch in that sense. What do you think of that, Portal Key?
I love it. I love it. I think.
Oh, bottom lane, actually, Deadwood might be in some trouble, but he's just going to run away using that clear cutting. Andro might have bit off more than he can chew, though, getting slowed up a bit on the Seer, but it looks to me like he should be fine. He's got another comment stun in 1 second. There's the bank to slow down the Accursed even more. There's ulti. There's the punch coming in on the Swiftblade, though. Swiftblade able to spin away right now. And actually, it's the Legion team that's in trouble, as Deadwood is going to clear cut away again. But there you have the Arachna Portal Key. It's coming into work as he's killing the Snark right there. Swiftblade in a lot of trouble as well. He is going to get shielded up by the Accursed, so he's going to survive for a bit longer. A nice grasp getting both the Luna and Draconis right now. And Luna just falls to that, and Mate on Deadwood right there. Just, oh well, you have a lot of cancels for that Accursed TP, and there's the CC vote. So Legion team executing that team fight brilliantly.
Yep, very.
Yeah.
very well executed, and the Portkey pickup on Arachna is just incredible because Clanks is so farmed, so they don't really need to build damage on Arachna. Just building utility like Portkey and Tablet just makes the hero a lot stronger in my opinion.
I just realized that the Hellborn team also only have 1 kill in that entire game, with only X Next actually dying on the Andromeda.
Oh wow. So yeah, it's almost a clean sheet.
Yeah, almost a clean sheet. And yeah, it really, this game just came down to the draft and to the execution of the lanes pretty much.
Yeah, it was definitely a drafting issue that I think Hellborn had. It just comes across to me like there wasn't a lot of purpose in their draft. There wasn't really anything they were looking to try and do. The tri lane I thought was quite weak. I thought the tri lane. I thought the Akira suicide was not the best. And obviously the Dragonis was very ineffective. So yeah, sorry I said tri lane. I didn't mean to say tri lane. I meant to say dual lane.
Yeah. And it just spoke to the inexperience of Imbapingu with the current patch for not leveling his counter attack
Yeah.
against a dual range team. You can even use it to just stop them from harassing a bit because it makes you invulnerable to auto attacks for 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, but especially watching him when he died to the Andromeda last hit, I think if he had counter attack, I'm sure he probably would have been fine. But yeah, no, just something he maybe wasn't aware of.
Yeah. So that was it was a best of 1 game. So we're gonna get a couple of other teams. Let me just see who's next. It's gonna be Donkey Kong versus Good Clan Rejects. So we are gonna be playing on a US East server, if I'm not mistaken. Donkey Kong, we saw them last time as well. They managed to get to the second round and only ended up losing to Lactose Intolerant in 3 games actually. So they did quite well. And then you have Good Clan Rejects who beat Team Tim, and that's with Testy and What You Got and stuff. So I'm sure it's going to be a good game. We'll be right back.
Captain's pick.
Hello and welcome back to the final game of today. This is the fourth match of today, and we're going to be having Team Donkey Kong, or just Donkey Kong, versus Good Clan Rejects. So I think this is going to be a very exciting game. We have definitely seen both teams do quite well in previous tournaments. I'm joined again by BKB. How are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you. Good evening to yourself and to everybody watching. Yeah, how are you doing?
Yeah, doing great. We've got some bans going on though. We've got Nophelia ban, which I think is very good to do versus what you got. Then they've got the Engineer ban and Draconis and Magnus. So interestingly enough, they do not ban the Doctor Repulsor, and I'm just wondering if this is going to be their downfall. They pick Monarch to also get that away from Hellborn. So I like these bans right now and picks from Slaske.
Yeah, I like the Monarch. I like the Monarch first pick. Doesn't give too much away with regards to the draft. I think that Bunny Lover does play a very strong Monarch. He's very strong with his early game rotations and his ability to save teammates. So yeah, good first pick from Donkey Kong.
Yeah. And now we're gonna have to wait and see how they're gonna like turn around on that. Malikan is available, and he did receive a couple of nerfs, so they could choose to still go for the Malikan, but then they're at risk of being doctored pretty much, because Doctor Repulsor is quite good versus Malikan. Even though with that extra magic armor, he should be tankier. Doctor is just still so ridiculous right now.
Yeah, I agree. Doctor has a lot of potential to really, kind of screw the enemy team up, because you don't always know where he's going to be. He can blink at any second and come from a long distance. So he's always a useful hero to either start a gank or to join a team fight once it's occurring and just do lots of damage in an AoE effect.
Yeah, and then the counter pick to that Monarch is there with that cleansing shock on the Electrician for the Chrysalis, but although it is a very strong hero, you do need a lot of farm on the Electrician for it to be viable.
Yes, you do. I'm actually a little bit surprised they picked it up so early. I mean, I'm guessing the reason for them doing that is because they don't want to give too much away with their lineup. But yeah, first pick Electrician, yeah, it's interesting.
Tundra.
And then the Tundra pick, I've seen Slaske play this a lot. They typically play it in a dual lane, long lane, and then he pretty much buys a Toxin Claws, uses his W on an enemy, and they just auto attack.
Yeah, toxic claws and supports are not something you tend to see. It's extremely rare, and I think Bunny Lover is the only support player who I've seen do it, and it has been very effective in the past when I've seen him. But just going over the Tundra and the Monarch, I love the vision aspect of those heroes, because you've got Tundra Bird and then you've got Monarch with the Noxious Clouds, the Noxious Nightcrawler, I should say. So yeah, lots of vision from Legion with these first two picks.
Yeah, and Tundra is just definitely a really strong hero in general, also because of the vision, but also because of his ultimate. That's the one that you need to look out for. And with them having that Monarch, there is no way to really debuff someone unless you're picking something like an Accursed,
Yeah.
So, and I don't think that they're going to be picking an Accursed on the Hellborn side.
No,
Yeah.
I can't see a curse being picked up. I don't think it's something they tend to run either. But yeah, I'm quite keen to see what Hellborn do pick up in regards to this Tundra pick. Obviously, we can see no Luna, which is a extremely strong support hero. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see what else Hellborn decide to go for.
Yeah, and yeah, this is what I expected. If they don't pick Doctor right now, then they're never going to be able to get Doctor, as it's going to be banned in the next stage. But this could be the time to then counterpick with maybe even something like a Sandwraith or a Malikan, just something that can actually deal with the Doctor Repulsor. Sandwraith is difficult to kill because of his Sandstalkers and Mirage, and basically being able to dodge Doctor, but yeah, we have to just wait and see.
I imagine with the vision that Legion have with the first 2 picks, Doctor is just going to try and, well, blink around to pick up solo kills where he can, especially if he has the vision available, because he can see if there's anybody surrounding the hero that he wants to gank. Whereas if he's kind of blinking into fog, it makes him, a lot riskier in terms of perhaps being caught or, turned on with a counter gank.
So, what do you think of Glacius, BKB?
Glacius. I do like the hero. I like the hero a lot. However, I think with Electrician and Aluna as the first 2 picks, I think Glacius is perhaps not the best choice in my eyes. I think there are better heroes they could have chosen here. And I think that Glacius, yeah, it has a lot of potential, but if he gets a lot of focus early game, if he's not able to pick up, team items and, perhaps even Staff of the Master, if, he doesn't get the farm for that, then he's, very kind of limited in terms of his abilities. I know he does have the ice imprisonment and the slow, but often Glacius is kind of like a first target to go for, because his abilities can be quite effective sometimes.
Yeah, I think, in my very blunt and honest opinion, that Glacius is absolutely trash tier momentarily. But that's because he has 290 movement speed and his abilities aren't actually like he can't save anyone with ice imprisonment either anymore,
No,
right?
no.
So that makes that ability worse. And then Tundra Blast is the ability that you should max, but nobody does it for some weird reason, even though it's a sick ability. And it feels like you need too much farm. Like you need a portal key, and you need a staff, and you need this, and you need that. Otherwise, you're just free food for the Doctor Repulsor.
Exactly. I was literally just about to say Dr. Repulsor flying across the map is going to pretty much insta-kill Glacius. He'll be able to cast his opposite charges stun ability onto the Glacius before Glacius can use Ice Imprisonment, so Glacius won't have a chance against Doctor, and I think that's what their part of their kind of plans is going to be, as I said earlier, just getting as many kills on Doctor early game, creating space for the carry, using the vision, and just ganking efficiently.
Yeah, but it also just comes down to the stat gains, right? So Glacius has really good intelligence stat gain, but if you just scroll up to Aluna, Aluna starts off having more agi, so he's probably got more armor as well. He's also got higher agi gain. He's also got higher strength gain and only 0.1 less intelligence gain, which is interesting because Aluna also moves 5 movement speed faster. So if there's anything you want to patch right now, it would be Glacius because it feels so weak. Every time I see it, it's just free food.
Yeah, it's one of those supports as well. It really depends on positioning from the player. So if the support player, is not the best with their positioning skills, it's, as you said, it's free food and it's going to be picked off very easily because, it's very squishy. So
And this draft right now from Legion, although I don't like the combination of Monarch and Vindicator on the same team, as they sort of have that really hard 5 support-ish role, it's a super good pick versus Glacius and Electrician.
yes, it is. And also, if the Doctor Repulsor and the Tundra initiate, they will, they'll have follow it up with the Vinci Silence, so that will guarantee 1 or 2 kills. And it just means that Doctor can play a little bit more aggressively because he knows that Vinci Silence is going to be right behind him when he jumps in, when it's off cooldown.
Yeah. And they're actually right-clicking on Monkey King right now. That would be very interesting as well. I think it's actually not even a terrible hero when you also have a Doctor Repulsor on the team.
No, I don't play Monkey King at all myself, so I'm not really too fully aware of the capabilities of the hero. However, when I have seen it, I do like what it offers. It's very difficult and tricky to deal with in the same aspect that Doctor is as well, and I think that it would be quite good against Sam Wraith for the escape ability.
Yeah. But it looks to me right now that if Donkey Kong dual lanes top, then they're going to have a tri-lane with Aluna, Sandwraith, and Glacius. And I do actually really like that tri-lane. Because Aluna and Glacius together are definitely really strong, especially if you max the Tundra Blast, because it's an attack speed slow and a 40% movement speed slow when it's maxed. And I feel like Ice Imprisonment really isn't that great, considering people can still use spells and abilities while the Ice Imprisonment is on them.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. As we see a chipper picked up, but yeah, no, I think that if we look at the overall draft, I think that Legion is probably slightly stronger. I think that Glacius is a bit of an off pick as we discussed. But who knows? You know, they might be able to make it work. And yeah, Testy on Sandwraith will be quite a good watch, I imagine.
Yeah, so it is going to be Testy playing carry instead of him playing mid, which is what he's been doing in previous tournaments. And they have a Chipper or an Electrician mid, probably the Chipper middle with the Electrician off lane. So their draft is not greedy at all, because Chipper really isn't going to take that much space away from a Sandwraith, and neither is an Electrician.
No, it's not too greedy, and that's what I quite like about it. Although the only issue they've got is if they shut down Sandwraith, then yeah, I mean, where's their late game potential going to come from? It's not going to come from Electrician or Luna. So yeah, so Sandwraith is something they obviously want to focus on with their drafts, and hopefully he can get a good start and start to snowball. But to be honest, Legion have so much escape that even Sandwraith, if he does have farm, having a Doctor Repulsor, having the Vindy slow, the Monarch slow, the escape from Monkey King, it's going to be difficult for Testy to pick up too many kills, I think.
Yeah, they're going to need to get a staff on Testy, and most likely candidate for that is the Chipper in the mid lane, giving that staff to the Sandwraith. And that's when I feel like he's going to be able to carry this game. But without that, it's going to be a difficult game because, like you said, Monkey King can just dash away. Monarch has an ultimate as well. And Vindicator Silence really makes it more difficult to play the Sandwraith, as you either need to jump immediately or try and wait until the silence is out to jump.
Who do you think has the advantage in the bottom lane? So we've got a Luna and an Electrician against Monkey King and Monarch.
They have the advantage level 1 on the Hellborn, so a Luna Electrician should completely wreck a Monarch and a Monkey King. But it's also really dependent on who gets the pulls for the rest of the laning stage. They should really look to block the medium camp on the side of the Legion so that they can't get that extra experience.
Yeah. Yeah, Doctor versus Chipper mid lane. I would probably give the advantage to Chipper, especially in the early levels, just because of his greater harass. But yeah, 4 is quite a renowned Doctor player at the moment, so I'm sure he'll do okay against Chipper.
Yeah, this in bottom lane, we already have some action going in on the Monarch right now. They thought he was actually solo. There's some Vault coming in, saving Monarch for now. Nice potion actually already on the Monarch top lane. We also have some action as Glacius is getting really low from that cold shoulder from the Tundra. But yeah, so it's Bunny Lover actually playing the Vindicator, laning with Sleska top, and it's Jim Carreyrou playing the Monarch.
Yeah, just going to see Glacius is really low, but he's going to get a healing potion. But yeah, I think Tundra and Vindy, I think the advantage does go to the Tundra Vindicator lane. I think that Sandwraith is, yeah, not the best damage dealer early game.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see how they utilize it.
And again, both short lanes choosing not to body block or ward block the medium camp. I feel like that's the biggest mistake you can make in these lanes. And
Yeah.
I don't quite understand why people haven't caught up on it, that these pulls are what wins you the lane.
Yeah, definitely. I think just getting an advantage with the pull caps, it makes a massive difference. Especially if you are slightly behind, just getting some farm from the pulls. Yeah, can sort of change the momentum a little bit.
Yeah, but as of right now, no kills have happened, and I would like to see Glacius also level his aura so that he can actually just use Tundra Blast more often and give more mana to the Chipper to rocket the Doctor and just generally help his team.
Yeah, looking at, just taking a look at the creep kills mid lane. So Doctor is on 11, Chipper is on 9. So I'm actually a little bit surprised that Doctor is leading currently.
Yeah,
But
well, Doctor's also doing a good lot of harass right there.
yeah, Bilbo swagging. Does he generally tend to play mid for Hellborn?
Well, I mean, generally it was Testy playing the mid lane, but like it's interesting to me as well that he hasn't put more harass in on the Doctor. Doctor's now also getting the free rune over here. Well, not really free, but there you have the Chipper now running over. Invis Doctor, this might actually be a kill, but Chipper using those bottle charges right now. If Fall goes in, he should die.
Yeah, he should, and I think because Chipper obviously uses regen, I think he's
Oh, look at this though. He's actually gonna go aggressive right here, and power supply, keeping him healthy.
Yeah.
Top lane, we also have some action as Tundra is getting frozen by the Glaciers right here. So he did level his aura. I do really like that for the Glaciers right here, but Testy's farm is suffering a bit. He's only at 220 gold per minute right now.
Yeah, this is the issue that I kind of thought might happen. You know, yes, he does farm fast, but he has a Thunder Claw and even a Hyper Crap, but I think just getting to that stage, especially against Legion's heroes, it's going to be quite difficult. And I think the lane with Glacius, it doesn't really have a lot of kill potential, so yeah. He's going to want to hit as many creeps as he can, obviously.
They're doing a really good job in dodging though, and pulling the medium camp themselves. It's been their saving grace pretty much that they haven't died yet to this Tundra Vindicator lane. In the mid lane though, Doctor looks to be in a lot of trouble right here, but actually he's going to try and turn it on the Chipper right here. He does have the power supply, so Chipper actually the one falling low right here as... Oh, top lane we have some... No, we don't. We have bottom lane. We have some action going in on the Electrician right now. He's going to get vaulted up once, but actually Aluna is still quite healthy, so they need to be careful. Power throw is up right here. So I think the laning is actually going fine for Hellborn right now, except for the fact that Doctor has too much space right here. Electrician getting crippling pollen here right now.
Yeah, Chipper just hit level 6.
Oh, and then I go away for a second, and Holme actually ends up getting killed right there by the Electrician.
Yeah, it's just what they wanted, really. You know, with the Electrician pick, I think one of the best ways to get gold in the hero are to pick up kills, because it is such strong. So it has such a strong skill set early game as they do go on to Monkey King again.
Yeah, taking so much harass from that grip and power throw and things. And they should actually be looking to kill him right now, because Monarch is nowhere near them. And top lane, we actually have Glacius falling really low. But Sandwraith now is going to turn it on the Tundra. He's doing so much damage with those illusions, and Vindicator might be in trouble as he does have the Toxin Claws. And just look at this damage coming in. They're still not going to be able to get him though, as Vindicator did pick up the boots quite early this game. So first 2 kills actually going in the way of Testy's team right now.
Yeah, Testy's boosted his GPM, so he'll be pleased with that. I think that I am actually quite surprised that Hellborn did pick up a kill there. I thought their lane was too weak to actually go for Tundra, but they proved me wrong.
Sandwraith is actually quite an underrated laner, but with Toxin Claws and with his illusion,
Glacius just out to neutrals.
I think he might have spent all his gold, because he's going to be up quicker and he's going to be able to port the top lane. I don't know if it was a mistake. You saw it more than I did.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to get away, so it looked like he was trying to escape, but I don't know. You could be right.
Yeah. I think Sandwraith and Glacius are doing very well in this lane right now, considering Testy is also level 6 right now, compared to the level 5 of Tundra.
Yeah, plus having Testy level 6 means that if Hellborn do go on to Monkey King or Monarch, they have got Sandwraith availability, so that's as a Duke win on to Monkey King.
Yeah. Monkey King, they are going to go on in, but the Chrysalis is there to keep him alive for now, and it's just this is just what happens though. Aluna stuns up and then you can't do anything about it. He just auto attacks you, and Doctor has actually now done the typical thing to go to the woods. I've seen Fall do this 5 million times in TMM, so it's not strange at all that he's doing it again.
No, he's very common. Very common with rotating into woods, especially when he plays Doctor, also with Gemini, because those are probably his 2 favourite heroes at the moment. But I like Doctor for the aspect that, you know, if he feels a bit under threat in mid lane, he can rotate into woods. He can go to the short lane to set up a gank. He's quite similar to South Forest in that same aspect that he can pick up stacks quite quickly, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's also the fact that he can. In top lane, Vindicator getting low, but in the bottom lane we also have Aluna and Electrician getting kind of low right now. They tried to go on the Monarch, but were not able to do enough damage. But they are level 6 now on Electrician, so they're going to be able to purge off the Chrysalis. And you see now they're going in on the Monkey King, and wow, that damage coming in from the level 7 Chipper. was
Yeah,
just too much.
really nice rotation there. I think when you're rotating from mid lane, you know, you will always want to try and ensure you pick up a kill, because otherwise you're losing the potential to farm creeps or to push out mid lane towards the tower. So yeah, nice efficient gank there from Chipper.
Yeah, and there's a haste rune on Chipper, so he might choose to put some haste and DD for a bit. But I think Doctor can turn this, as he does fly in right here. He does have the focus buffer up on the Chipper, but there's the Luna Sun and the 4 rockets, and it's going to be enough. As Fall did not expect a Luna there at all.
No, I thought he was going to blink away as well just after the last rocket hit, but yeah, the auto attacks came quicker, so yeah, massive kill for them.
Yeah, and top lane, Tessie might actually get a kill here on the Vindicator, as if he has vision, he can just port to it and kill him. Yeah, there you have it. Tundra does have his ulti up, but I don't think he has the damage if he ultis. So yeah, Monarch getting really low right here from the Aluna. He's gonna need one more auto attack, but Chrysalis comes in right here. But now they're gonna just, he does instantly cancel the grip on the Monkey King, which is unfortunate for him right there.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Chipper. So Chipper's bought phase boots. What do you think Chipper's first item choice is going to be?
I think what he should do is go something like a portal key or either a gnomes.
Okay.
Basically, he needs to set up kills for his team. And it's so easy to do that when you have that electrician, right? But if he gets a portal key, he can solo kill anyone on the Legion team right here. And they're actually initiating on the electrician in bottom lane right now. He does have Purge though, and he is going to be running away right here. Here's the Chipper with the haste rune. He's coming in. That's a quick kill on the Monkey King. That's another quick kill on the Vindicator. And now Monarch is forced to run away, but he's got the Chrysalis. But it's not going to matter as he's gripped up, and there's power throw from What You Got to finish him off.
Yeah, so we're looking at 8-0 now. Another 3 kills picked up there. So
yeah,
Monkey King is not having a good time at all.
No, this goes back to the Doctor not really being active though, as top lane Tundra might be in a lot of trouble. He is going to send up the Sandwraith though, but the ulti from the Glacius is going to be enough to get the kill on Slasky right here.
Yeah, well played by Tessie. He knew him up because he had the destroy. So Tundra wasted his ulti and couldn't get a kill.
Look at this, Chipper is finding a Doctor right here. He only needs to hit 4 rockets and that's a kill. Bonk, 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 and that's with 2. So nice rune control right here. But this really just goes back to the Doctor needing to be a bit more active in that mid role.
Yeah, I am actually very impressed with what HoN are doing. I thought they were probably going to struggle a bit against, you know, Doctor, Vindicator, Tundra, but no, they're making the most of their draft, which is it's good to see. Yeah.
I would have really liked to... top lane, we actually have Homer falling as Electrician makes a rotation to the top lane. And in the mid lane, we actually have Tundra and... Sandwraith coming in with the ulti though. Chipper is not that afraid, and the misses uphill definitely help with that as Vindicator gets stunned up by the Aluna, and that's going to be a kill. He's going to go for a quick staff by the way on Chipper, which isn't bad either, because he's going to get a lot tankier so that Doctor can't solo him.
Yeah, I think Glowstone on Chipper.
Doctor is trying to jump in on that Chipper, but he's going to not go uphill, and it's going to stop him from getting anything. And the entire Hellborn team is around middle right now, except for Electrician.
Yeah, I think the Glowstone pickup as first item on Chipper is always nice because it just gives you more survivability, a greater mana pool, and it makes it harder for heroes like Doctor and Tundra to gank.
Yeah, and you know, I find that Bilbo Swaggin is playing this mid very well. Even though he did not win the laning phase versus a Doctor, which he should, to be fair, but I think that's more to Fall's credit than Bilbo Swaggin playing poorly.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I would have to agree. I think Chipper's had a really good start to the game. I think, you know, he's 5-0 and 2, so when you're playing Chipper, you want to pick up as many kills as possible because his nuke potential is so strong, and you know, with his long range abilities, you can always join in with the ganks at a bit of a distance. So yeah, no, he's made a good start.
Yeah, and I feel like the Vindicator in the long lane with the Tundra just simply wasn't strong enough. Tundra himself alone is a very strong hero, but they really played phenomenally as Power Throw coming in from What You Got, killing Fall right here. So, damn, that ward right there, spotting him out as he was low, returning from the woods.
Yeah, that's something to watch.
Yeah, look at this though, initiation on the Aluna with the Tundra ulti. Aluna is falling low, he's gonna get the stun off, but it's not gonna be enough. And there's Monkey King almost dying to the Electrician right here. He's gonna miss the rock, but Electrician is actually the one in trouble now. He is going to grip up the Tundra, silence immediately, so he won't get the grip on for too long. But he's just running away. He's so tanky, and he's trying to turn it on the Monkey King. The Monkey King does die as Sandwraith now ports in, and he's going to get a double tap, maybe a hat trick. There you have it. And Tessie just playing really well on that Sandwraith. Still 0 deaths, and he's actually got 5-0-2 as well. And look at the jump right here. He might have been too greedy with that port as he's going to get killed. I feel like he didn't port to base, and the port to the tower just took a bit too long.
Yeah, nice hat trick from Testy, but I think perhaps the adrenaline kicked in, and he thought he could TP and get away fairly easily, but as you saw, Doctor came in and picked up a good counter kill. But yeah, Hellborn will be happy with the trade anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Hellborn also got a mid tower in the meantime, and you know, this usually you aim for around 13 minutes to get a portal key. If you're faster than 13 minutes, then you're really good. But this chipper, he's got his staff in 500 gold.
Wow, so that's going to be a 15-minute staff.
Yeah, that's just absolutely ridiculous. And now he's level 11, so he can comfortably use his ultimate to farm creep waves.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic game. And as you said, the staff pickup is, yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to make him tankier, and it slows down the Doctor Repulsor. So, yeah, very solid item choice.
Yeah. And now they're getting bottom tower as well. As the Legion team, they're kind of clumped up together. They're really afraid to go anywhere. Yeah. Hellborn has just taken so much control of this game. And look at what Sandwraith is doing. He's sending out the illusions to try and stop himself from getting ganked right here. This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, BKB, about the strength of Sandwraith.
Yeah, obviously it's got the potential to spot out smoke ganks. You can see, yeah, heroes generally that appear on the lanes. So it's a good way to keep yourself safe and to keep your teammates safe if you can send one illusion to one lane and to another if you have the timing to do so. But yeah, Sandwraith is always good for that aspect.
And he's completely recovered now. He's got 370 gold per minute, so he's not done badly at all, even with the early pressure he was receiving.
No, but I mean, if you look at Electrician and Chipper, like just both of those heroes having plus 450 GPM with the Gnome's Wisdom, the staff coming soon, even Mana Ring on Electrician as well, as we see the staff picked up now. It's crazy how farmed those two heroes are, and yeah, as we spoke at the start, Electrician is a very farm reliant hero, so yeah, it's good to see him with high GPM.
Yeah. He could also even choose to split the Mana Ring and go for a Icon of the Goddess. They don't have that much damage on the Legion side, so if he's able to tank everything out, look at this though, they're going to be running into the Electrician here, but that Gnome's Wisdom is just going to make him so tanky. Here's the Sandwraith ulti as well, Vindicator ulti to counter that, but is he still going to be able to port in? No, he is not, as Electrician is getting kind of low. Monkey King is here now, but he's just not doing too much damage right here. There's Doctor though to finish him off. Doctor now with the Icon, he's going on the Chipper, but look how tanky that Chipper is. He's going to survive for now. Monocle is there, nice power throw on Bunny Lover to finish him off there, and with the Glacius right there, doing work with his ultimate, Hellborn is going to come out on top. And power throw there to kill the Monarch as well, so...
Yeah, very hectic team fight. Doctor with the Icon doing quite a bit of damage, but he does get taken out at the end, so... Yeah, 2 for 4 exchange. Electrician and Chipper dying, which are the highest GPM heroes, but yeah, Testy is now at 400 GPM, so not doing too bad on Sandwraith.
Yeah, I think it wasn't too bad of a fight for Legion, but Doctor dying there is a really big deal, as he just picked up the Icon, and he does have 1 charge on it, because there were sufficient kills for that, but he really needs to get those charges going now.
Yeah, he needs the charges, and I think he needs to finish his full boost as well. I know in the past he has gone for Ghost Marchers, so I suspect he may go for them again. However, we may see some...
Oh, he's catching the Aluna right here. He flies in. This is what he needs to do, but what you got, actually choosing not to use Emerald Red, and he's actually that tanky. He's got Steam Boots on Aluna, but it's not going to save him in the end. But, oh, in the meantime, actually... Electrician just picking off Bunny Lover by himself. And now he's going to go on the Monkey King, as there's a Chipper as well. The rockets go hit, and Holme is going to die on the Monkey King. And now Tundra might be in some trouble, as they do have full vision on him. The rockets and the slow coming in. Monarch is there with the ultimate, but he's going to get frozen up immediately afterwards, and that is going to be a dead Tundra.
Yeah, Hellborn are doing what they've been doing all game really, just ganking, being efficient, roaming into the woods, setting up with electrician, and the ship of rockets. So yeah, grabbing some more kills, killing the short lane monkey. So yeah, doing really well at the moment.
Yeah, and Doctor now picks up investments, realizing that the magic damage coming out is way too high. Are they going to be able to kill the Chipper though with the three of them? They're not even going to try. But you have 100% evasion on a Luna when you use Emerald Red and then you use Deja Vu.
Yes.
So if what you got had done that, I don't think he would have died to the Doctor at all.
Yeah. I thought he played it quite well at the start because he got out of Doctor's range and Doctor became out of mana. But yeah, so Doctor
Look at
bottomed
this.
up and
Glacius and Monarch running into each other and they immobilize each other. And here's the Sandwraith ulti, but the Vindicator ulti coming to counter that. But I think he can TP anyways, and that's exactly what he does as he goes in on the Monarch. Monarch's still not dead though. Now he's going to die to the illusions. And now Tundra's in a lot of trouble as the first power throw hits. And there's the ultimate from the Tundra. He's almost going to be able to kill the Sandwraith. And here's the Doctor. He's jumping in, kills the Sandwraith. But now he's going to be in trouble himself. He's going to jump away for a bit, but he's going to get slowed down. And the Icon was purged from by the Electrician. And Vindicator now going to get bursted down as Chipper is just too strong right now.
Chipper is having the game of his life. He's he's playing incredibly well. Just having the staff though just makes him so useful.
Yeah.
Slow the extra range on the ulti is very powerful staff effect.
Yeah, and he still should pick up some investments because the only damage on Legion right now is magic. Because Monkey King, yeah, what do you think? I know you don't play Monkey King, but what I've seen currently is that people who play Monkey King, they max the dash, right?
I believe so, yeah.
And this Monkey King chose to max the one-gen slam, but I don't think that that's the most effective way of leveling the Monkey King anymore, as they do run into an Electrician right here. Do they have the damage though? He's super tanky. He's going to get Sand Sceptered up. But here comes the Doctor now, and he's going to jump in on the Aluna, and Aluna's in trouble himself. So nice 2 pickoffs for the Legion side right now, showing that they do still have the ability to stay in this game.
Yeah, that's what they want to try and do. Any heroes they spot out in the open with the vision that they have, they just want to take them down as quickly as possible, go back to farming and trying to recover on the monkey and even get some more items on the Doctor as well.
Yeah. I do feel like they have a chance in the late game simply because of the Doctor and the Monkey King, but as of right now, Monkey King has only just picked up his Shamans, and well, I mean, I would almost choose as Chipper to now pick up his Spell Shards.
Yeah, I think Spell Shards would be great here. It would completely wipe out Vindicator, Monarch, Doctor. Yes, he's got an Icon, but I think just with the extra damage from Chipper, I think he'll go down against Chipper.
Yeah.
Speaking of Doctor, what boots do you think he's going to go for?
I honestly don't know. Steam Boots are probably the best right here, or Post Haste, simply because they have so much burst and lockdown from the Hellborn side that it's difficult for him to stay alive if he goes Ghost Marchers.
Especially with having staff on Chipper and having Laser Farm on Electrician and the ganking heroes, I think Steam Boots would be the right choice in my eyes, and that's probably what I would go for. But yeah, 4 may decide to do differently.
Mm-hmm. And Tundra isn't doing the best in this game either. He's got a major totem picked up, so I'm assuming that's going to be maybe an Energizer, because I'm not sure if Void helps in this game. Oh, and they've actually found the Electrician right here again, but now Sandwraith ulti is up, and they do use the Vindicator ultimate, but it doesn't... Oh, they do actually kill the Electrician, and Sandwraith was not able to pour it in, but Electrician is... I mean, Chipper is now here with Haste Rune, and wow, Jim Carrey just running into the ultimate is going to fall. Tundra in a lot of trouble as well. He's got a rocket in 1 second. Doesn't even need it as the Haste Rune is doing so much work right now. Glacius getting the freeze off the Doctor right there. So Doctor now in trouble as he just falls to Sandwraith right here. And Monkey King the only survivor on the side of Legion.
Yeah, massive team fight, and yeah, some more kills for Chipper. Nice quad kill. He's over 500 GPM, which is not something you tend to see on Chipper nowadays. But yeah, no, fight massively in favour for Hellborn, and to be honest, I think it's probably going to continue that way. I think Legion don't have enough survivability to really get them through the game now, especially because Vindicator and one of them dying so easy to chip up.
Yeah. And you can just see how much the Aluna is doing in these fights as well. Always getting the key stuns and the power throws for that extra burst. Like, basically, they have a Sandwraith with his Q, they have an Aluna with power throw, and they have a Chipper, right? And all those abilities are such long range that they're able to get pickoffs from so far away as well.
Yeah, that's one of the real massive benefits about the draft is, especially with the Electrician having a Jade Spire, just
Yeah.
gives him more range on his Purge and his grip. So yeah, the setup potential is really nice. They have Sand Scepter onto Luna and Chipper, so that gives them some more catch. And yeah, the item pickups for Hellborn I think are pretty much perfect, to be honest.
Yeah. And Chipper did pick up Master's Legacy first, so he can upgrade someone's staff, and I think he's going to be upgrading the Sandwraith. There's a kill on the Electrician as he's ganked by 4 heroes of the Legion. But yeah, they keep finding Electrician, and honestly, I don't think Electrician really minds to be the one to be ganked.
No, I don't think he minds. I think obviously Legion are committing quite a lot to it anyway, so yeah, he'll be happy creating a bit of space for the team. And you know, he's still 450 GPM, so if I was playing the Electrician, I wouldn't be too concerned about it.
Yeah.
Gives Chippers pushing mid tower, there's some damage into that, so yeah, not a bad death by any means, although they do lose the tier 1, so
Yeah, but I don't think the Hellborn really fears the late game either, seeing as they do have a Sandwraith now with a staff effect.
yeah, he is, yeah, the potential of Sandwraith when he has a staff is incredible. Just gives them so much with the Electrician grip. You look at the Aluna stun, then you combine the Fear on top, it's just going to kill so many heroes in such a short space of time that I don't think Legion will be able to react fast enough.
Yeah, definitely. And although Vindicator has been able to cancel some of the teleport ins by Sandwraith, it's not going to matter now as he just hits 16 on Sandwraith and he has the Geos, so he can simply purge the Vindy ulti if he wants to. Top lane, we have Glacius getting caught right now by the Doctor, and that's going to be an easy kill for Dr. Repulsor, and he manages to protect his ward of sight in the meantime.
Yeah, he's also so he's got the Gnome's Wisdom as well, which is, as it's been mentioned in previous casts.
Top lane though, they are going to use the Sandwraith ulti for this, but there comes in the silence, and nice play right there. But Sandwraith instead might choose to jump somebody else. No, he doesn't. All right, so nice Vindicator ulti there to save the Doctor.
Doctor's TP was cancelled by the tablet from Elec.
He's just being annoying. He's just following him.
Yeah, Electrician's one of those really really nuisance-based heroes. Just cause a lot of aggro for the enemies.
Yeah, and Monkey King is recovering a bit. He's got 300 GPM now, but you would have expected his laning phase to be a bit smoother than what it was, considering he had a Monarch on his lane.
Yeah, as I say, I haven't played Monkey King, but I don't know if Barrier was the best choice here. I don't know whether he should have gone for a bit more of a damage-based build, or something with a bit more utility, like perhaps a Firebrand into Geobane. But yeah, no, I think it's always good to have a Barrier. However, I don't think it would have been the best first choice on the itself.
Yeah, and I don't understand why nobody on the Legion side is picking up an Arcane Bomb. Talk to me about that. What do you think of Arcane Bomb?
I love the item. Can you remind me what's the cost of Arcane Bomb at the moment?
1650 in total.
Okay, so it's not too expensive. Arcane Bomb's incredible. It's basically the go-to item against the Sandwraith. I think they may pick it up a bit later, but I think it would be good to see it at this stage of the game as well, especially because Sandwraith is he's doing a lot of work at the moment, and with the staff effects and his Geobane, I think Arcane would be a very solid pickup.
Yeah, I mean, being able to deal damage to the illusions is just priceless. But I'm having an issue with his build on Sandwraith though, getting an Abyssal Skull instead of a Nullfire.
Oh, Abyssal. I love the item itself, but not something I would pick up on Sandwraith. I think yes, it's great for the team potential it offers. in terms of the armor and the lifesteal for many heroes. And it's got the benefits for taking Kongor, but I don't think Abyssal is something you generally tend to see on Sandwraith because Nullfire is so strong, and even Hypercrown as well does a lot more for the hero than Abyssal does.
Yeah, I think a Hypercrown would be a great pickup simply because it allows you to push out waves by using the effect on a creep. And then that creep just bursts lightning out and you don't even have to be in the lane.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting effect. I think that it's just got the capacity to really cause that potential.
They do go for the Kongor right now. The Abyssal Skull is coming in use right here, but I mean, Nullfire is just such a good item when you have that many illusions.
Yeah, especially the mana burn onto heroes like Vindy,
Yeah.
Doctor, Tundra.
Look at this though, Legion actually wants to fight this. They use the tablet, but they're stacking up for everything. And it just feels like the Legion team needs to run. There comes the Dr. Repulsor. He's jumping in onto the Chipper, but he's going to get stunned up by both the Electrician and the Illuna, and he dies immediately. In the meantime, though, they did pick up the Glacius and Electrician now being really tanky in the front line. And he's going to turn it on the Tundra. Doctor did buy back, though. He's jumping again onto the Chipper, but Illuna stunned up again. And Electrician with the tablet going uphill now, but Dr. Repulsor is there with the pull, but he's in trouble himself. He is going to take a lot of damage. He's going to end up falling to the Chipper, but Monkey King is still here, and the power throw, actually Vindicator is going to die to the Illuna right there. Nice stun coming in as well, so he might be able to run. It's a really fast Monkey King though. Oh, the Deja Vu coming in key right here to save him for a bit longer. The slow coming in on the Monkey King as well. So in the end, Illuna manages to run away.
Yeah, crazy team fight, and Doc's unfortunately buying back and dying, so he's going to lose a lot of GPM.
Yeah, and these two last heroes aren't even able to kill the Kongor right now. Sandwraith is even nearby to try and take the Kongor. I thought the one saving grace was that they did actually manage to, protect the Kongor, but Monkey King jumping in on only illusions, and he's going to get hit so much by the Kongor right there that he's actually in danger of dying right here. The Q, Sandwraith Q is going to be there, but it's not going to be enough as the barrier was still applied on him. And look at this, the Dog of Tundra. He did pick up the Arcane Bomb, so good on him to pick up on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting Tundra build, but I think it is quite viable this game, especially the Arcane.
Look at this jump in on the Monarch though. Monarch not even using his tablet to cancel Glaciers right there, but Doctor with the steal on the Kongor right there. So I mean, they do get 2 kills on the side, or 3 kills even on the side of the Hellborn, but at least they didn't get Kong, is what Dr. Repulsor was thinking.
Yeah, so the Kongor kill was huge. I think if Hellborn were to get Kongor, then to get the token, it would probably win the game. But nice start coming out from Doctor.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know what Holme is going to be picking up on that Monkey King, but it looks like he's saving for sort of the high.
Yeah, I don't see any other reason why he would save 3,400. I think Mock is going to help his farm recovery. He's going to give him some more damage, but then you look at the timer, it's almost 32 minutes, and he's not going to have it until 34, 35, so it's a very, very late Mock.
Yeah. But Dr. Repulsor is doing quite well with that farm. The Gnomes and the Icon together is a really good combo, as he does build up shield now when he flies.
Yeah, the shields.
Oh, look at this though. Electrician gonna catch the Monarch right here with that Jade Spire. In the meantime, Rosary does die to fall right here, so they're actually forced to stop going on the Monarch because they're scared of the Dr. Repulsor right here. They seem to be looking for the Chipper, and they do find him. There's the Tundra ultimate, and now you have Dr. Repulsor flying in as well. Sandwraith doesn't actually have his ulti yet, but he's there with the illusions. The Arcane Bomb is going to do a lot of damage to them, but it's not going to be enough as Vindicator and Monarch are in trouble due to these illusions. Electrician is still alive and quite tanky. He's going to get silenced up by the Monarch. A nice power throw from what you got to get that kill, but in the end, they are going to get that kill. And now you have Doctor flying in for the Sandwraith, but here's the Sandwraith ultimate. Gonna go on the Doctor right here. He's gonna get purged up, but he's just regenerating too much. He's gonna fly away, but it's not gonna be enough as Tessie just doing too much damage right here. Monkey King is back, is gonna be in a lot of danger from this Chipper. And Tundra went back in as well, but this is a buyback from the Chipper, remember, and well worth it, I think.
Yeah, I have to give massive props to Aluna, played by What You Got. The way that he kept Doctor locked down for so long was it was good to see. And yeah, managing to survive, got the power fluid snipe onto, I believe it was Monarch. So yeah, I thought he played the team fight really well, and yeah, it comes out in favour, I think for Hellborn, even though Shiver did buy back.
Yeah. So there's only one buyback used on either team, but every single fight that the Legion is taking is actually putting them further behind. Monkey King did pick up an Arcana, so he's going to be going for that Hellflower. I don't see him going for Twin Blades ever.
No, Twin Blades, yeah, it's not going to do too much here. I think Hellflower is probably going to be the best choice.
Yeah, and they're just pushing 2 racks at once. They don't even care.
Yeah, it's a good split push going on.
But yeah, so they're afraid now that the Doctor Repulsor is up again, but man, they just lack so much damage. It feels like Tundra gonna get stunned up right here. The silence is gonna be there to stop the electrician for now, but there's the electrician getting stunned up by Tundra, and here comes the Doctor flying and doing a lot of damage, and the electrician is gonna fall, but he's gonna get frozen up immediately, and there comes the huge Glaciers ulti. It's gonna get cancelled by the tablet, and now you actually have Tessie dying, so Legion not even doing that bad. Monkey King does end up falling though, and Holme is gonna buy back on that Monkey King, and Hellborn could actually choose to go back in here, I think. But they choose to go for the safe option as they realize they got what they came for.
Yeah, I'm noticing Doctor as he blinks in, he'll pick off one hero and then he dies, yeah, within a few seconds, just because the lockdown on Hellborn is just so crazy. I mean, you look at the Hellflower, look at the Sand Scepters, you look at the Mana Burn, stuns, you know, the Chipper slow, it's crazy, the damage potential and the lockdown potential that they have on Hellborn at the minute.
Yeah, I really still would like him to pick up a Hyper Crown though, because if Sandwraith has a Hyper Crown there, he kills everyone, and he's not even scared of dying then.
Yeah, I think so as well. I'm still quite amazed that he does have Abyssal. I think just upgrading Hyper Crown and then using it in team fights would do more for them. But yeah, it's his choice. They took Kongol with it, and Kongol's now respawned, so they'll probably go for that again soon.
Yeah, they need to be a bit fearful of. I mean, they have their own Kongor, so they're probably just gonna take that for safety. But yeah. Doctor hasn't picked up a new item in quite a while, and that's gonna really hit them in the long run, as the rest of the Hellborn team is still just farming.
Yeah, speaking of his next item, what do you think he's going to go for next?
I feel like he needs to pick up a Shrunken,
Yeah.
but that means he's going for a third defensive item, which is not beneficial.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're on Doctor, you'd normally get 1 or 2 defensive items, and then go for Hellflower, Sheepstick, or sometimes even a Hyper Crown for a bit more farm potential, a damage potential. But yeah, going for a BKB and a Shrunken Head, would put him in 3 defensive slots. So I think it's not the best choice, but keeping him alive a bit longer, yes, he could do a bit more on that aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have to wait and see with that.
Of course, there's also the possibility for the Frostfield plate, and there you have the Sandwraith. He's gonna ulti in, and he's gonna kill Holme almost immediately. Just look at the amount of illusions he has right there, and the rest of the Legion team is gonna back. But yeah, I think Chipper, he just needs one more last hit for his Sheepstick right now, and yeah, there you have it. Sheepstick picked up for the Chipper.
Chipper's item build is so fantastic.
Yeah.
Loads of CC, loads of crowd control, loads of damage, and with the Sheepstick, he's probably going to be doing a ton of work, as he already has been doing up to now.
Yeah. They really just need to try and keep farming on the Legion side, but it doesn't. It's very difficult to do versus a Sandwraith. A Sandwraith has reached a point now that he can just solo kill anyone on the Legion team.
Yeah, this is the thing, because we said at the start the lineup's not particularly greedy. Hellborn have soaked a lot of farm from the Sandwraith, so he's been able to farm a lot in this game, and being the main core, he's over 500 GPM and just doing tons and tons of work. So I think Hellborn's draft and the way that they've utilised their heroes and allowed Sandwraith to pick up these core items has been it's been great.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Doctor can pick up to actually let him survive versus a Sandwraith. He could choose to go for a Nullstone, but that just feels like he's buying an item for what is it? It's 4,500 gold, which is used for literally one ability.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of that, to be honest. I think it's for the costs and what it does, I don't think it's particularly viable. I don't think it's too commonplace now in this meta game either. I like the fact that you can transition the Nullstone onto another hero, but in terms of its overall value, I think yeah, it's not something I would like to see.
Yeah. Now there's a Hellflower picked up on the Monkey King, so he's got that extra utility now with that silence. But there's already a Sand Scepter on the Chipper, there's a Sand Scepter on the Aluna, and there's the Purge just generally from the Electrician. So this item really feels very weak in this game, actually.
Um, yeah, as we do see a Congo attempt, so they're going to go for the token.
Yeah, they do see it with that bird though, so they might choose to fight this anyways.
I think they're going to have to. No, they're going to dodge it. It looks like.
Yeah, they're just letting Doctor farm for a bit. He's coming closer to a Frostfield plate. Should he want to pick that up, or a Shrunken? Should he want to pick that up instead?
Frostfield plate is good, but it's very good. Is the cost and what it does, I think it's amazing actually. But I think Shrunken Head, as we kind of said, would perhaps give him a bit more potential to do more because he's getting locked down anyway. So the armor buff from Frostplate isn't really going to save him. I personally think Shrunken Head would be the better choice, but yeah, that's just my opinion. I don't know if there are any other choices that he could really go for. Something a bit more offensive, like a Hellflower perhaps, or a Sheep Stick. But yeah, looks like BKB would probably be the best choice. Shrunken Head, sorry.
Yeah, and that's the same issue again that we've been seeing though. Sand Scepters galore on the Hellborn team right now. They have it on what you got. They have it on the Chipper, and they have the Purge on the Electrician. So it's just gonna be so difficult. I would like to see Electrician maybe start picking up different items though, as he's got a lot of mid-game items, but he really needs to just boost his amount of HP right now, because then he'll be even like he's lacking HP mainly. He's got 1750 HP and he's already incredibly tanky. So if he could pick something up like maybe even just a straight heart, then he's going to be almost unkillable for the Legion right here.
Yeah, the only thing I'm thinking about with Electrician is because they're playing so offensively and they're so pushed up, it's where he's going to get the space to farm it. I mean, yeah, Heart would be a fantastic choice, but I don't really see him getting that anytime soon. So yeah, it's a difficult one to call, but I think Heart would be a fantastic choice if he could get the space to farm it.
Yeah, definitely. But I don't understand why Hellborn team is still taking this so slow. They're 36k ahead.
It's yeah, the advantage is definitely getting quite dramatic now. I think Hellborn will look to close out the game quite soon. I think they've got everything they need. I think Sandwraith is getting close to a Restoration Stone, so he's going to do even more now with his staff and Resto. And yeah, it's looking a little bit grim for Legion.
Like they really just so he does pick up the Shrunken on Dr. Repulsor in the end, but they're still just getting out farmed. There haven't been any kills in the past couple of minutes, and still the gold lead and XP lead is just growing, simply because they have such good map control. Resto Stone also now picked up on the Sandwraith, so he's gonna get 2 ultis off. But yeah, pick up your Hyper Crown, man.
Double ulti as well on Sandwraith with the Geobane and his illusion. So his Sand Stalkers is it's gonna spawn so many illusions that it's gonna cause a lot of distress, I think, for Legion. And I think that Arcane Bomb is not gonna be quite enough to really deal with it.
Did you see what you got just picked up?
No, I've not.
He picked up a Harken's Blade. With that portal key, with that Hellflower, he is going to be hitting so hard.
Wow. If I said to you, do you think what you got would get a Harkon's Blade this game? I'm sure you probably would have said no.
Yeah, I would have definitely said no, as he now does 273 to 279 damage per hit. I think he can solo the Monkey King. But there you have the initiation from the Sandwraith onto the Monkey King as he just gets instantly bursted, and no one on the Legion side was even near to be able to help him.
Yeah, it's going to give him an opportunity to push now. So Monkey, I think he's got enough for a buyback. So
yeah, I think Aluna is also going to be carrying this game soon. So maybe Doctor should jump the Aluna.
I think so, but I think if he jumps in on a Luna and if a Luna gets Hellflower off quick enough, then Doctor is, yeah, he's dead. There's nothing he can really do. Shrunken Head is, yeah, it's useful, but if he's Hellflowered first, then it's obviously got no effect of it. So
yeah, and still the Hellborn side playing so fearfully when they've got a 40k gold lead. They should just use illusions and push the Rex. Look at those illusions right now, just doing work on that Vindicator. He's getting tableted all the way back to base by his team. So well played by them, but...
nice double tablet there. Yeah, some big backs.
Yeah, look at that tablet. The Doctor Repulsor getting stunned right here up by the Electrician, and actually he uses the Resto and goes in onto Tundra, so Tundra just instantly dies, and the illusions are actually busy killing Bunny Lover at the same time, and I mean, there come the Arcane Bomb, there's a buyback from the Tundra, but I don't think Hellborn really needs to fear for anything, as Doctor now does jump in onto the Sandwraith, but he gets stormed up immediately. There's the Electrician as well. He's going to get Monarch ulted and Crystallized, so he's going to be safe for now. In the meantime, Monkey King does but die in the background, and Doctor is still healthy, but just look at his damage coming out from the Aluna right here. Another buyback use from the Legion, as Monkey King is going to end up falling here. Probably, yeah, doing too much damage right there with the Chipper. So GG's being called, as they fought valiantly, but it was not to be in the end.
No, just so much farm. So many good items on Hellborn that Legion just, yeah, they couldn't do much really, and it's a shame because Legion's draft was good. A lot of comfort picks for them, and especially the Doctor pick, which is something Thor's quite strong with. I thought they would do more with it, but Hellborn just executed and played really well.
Yeah, the only issue I had with the draft was that they went to Vindicator long lane when that hero does not scream aggressive at all. And Sandwraith actually sitting at a comfortable 230, 240 GPM for the entire laning phase, even though there were people aggressive on him.
Yeah, do you think, how would you have laned Legion instead if you were to play with them?
Well, I wouldn't have drafted the Vindicator and the Monarch, as they sort of have the same role. And of course, they did pick the Vindicator before the Doctor Repulsor got picked. I mean, not before the Doctor Repulsor, before the Sandwraith got picked. But if they saw the Sandwraith, then Cersei was still available.
Yeah, do you think, would you have more of a preference towards Monarch or Vindicator as the primary support of this game? Who would you rather have against Hellborn?
Probably the Vindicator, because he cancels so many abilities on Hellborn's side.
Yeah, Monarch is more single target, unless obviously she ulties when it's an AoE, but I think Vindicator, as you say, does have more saving potential.
Yeah. But yeah, so BKB, thank you for joining me for this cast.
No problem, I've really enjoyed it. Thank you as well.
Very good, very good. And so this was the last game for today. We are going to be having more games tomorrow, including the finals. So remember that and make sure to come back tomorrow. Have a good evening, guys.
And here you heard it, folks. Today, day one, which is the best of 8, is now done, and tomorrow, 1 p.m. GMT UTC plus 0 is going to be the semifinals and the finals. So tune in for tomorrow for day 2, the semifinals and finals for the cycle number 4. Anyways, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Good night.